One news channel, Republic.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Now, viewers, Donald Trump has announced a 2-week pause in the bombing campaign against Iran. But is the truce really in place? Because at least 2 attacks have been reported post the truce announcement. Getting you all the details, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for West Asia. Israeli opposition leader criticizes deal, terms it a political disaster. As 2-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Nations across the world welcome the 2-week temporary ceasefire deal on Iran. Pakistan's role in peace deal between US and Iran emerges as Islamabad is set to hold a high-level meeting. Israeli Prime Minister says Lebanon not part of peace deal as strikes across southern Lebanon continue. At least 8 killed in southern Lebanon as Israeli strikes continue to escalate across the region. Viewers, starting first with a breaking development that comes in from Bahrain, where a barrage of strikes have occurred due to Iranian aggression. A number of houses have in fact been damaged in the Sitra area as a result of shrapnels falling from the interception of an Iranian drone. An Iranian drone that was intercepted by the Bahraini air defense systems right about now after truce was announced in the ongoing war. Bahrain is in fact now confirmed the strike, and they say that as a result of Iranian aggression, a number of houses inside Bahrain's Sitra area have now been damaged as a shrapnel fell from the sky after an interception of an Iranian drone. Take a look at these visuals. Houses have caught on fire. Residential areas in Bahrain have been struck once again. Just about now, a truce deal was announced in the ongoing escalations in West Asia. Now, Iran maintains that until their 10-point peace deal is not accepted, there is not going to be a ceasefire from their end. Now, Bahrain has confirmed strikes. An Iranian drone that was downed by the Bahraini air defense systems, and shrapnels then went on to fall on residential areas all across the Sitra area in Bahrain. These are the visuals on your screens. Republic brings you this report first and fastest. Take a look at that residential building burning in Bahrain. This is the Sitra area, a residential area that was struck, that was damaged because of shrapnels falling off an Iranian drone that was dismantled, intercepted by the Bahrain air defense systems. Now, this goes on to talk about the fragility of the ongoing truce that has occurred between the infighting that's ongoing in West Asia in its 40th day now. And in the latest, Bahrain's residential areas in Sitra have been struck by shrapnel that fell over these residences after the Iranian drone was intercepted by the Bahrain air defense systems. Viewers, now marking an end to a 39-day-long war across West Asia, US President Donald Trump announced a temporary yet conditional ceasefire with Iran. While this ceasefire, according to Trump, is, broadly conditional upon Iran's reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, there's been much talk on how Iran claims this ceasefire as a win for themselves because of how Trump allegedly caved into Iranian demands framed in a 10-point proposal that Iran has been peddling since the beginning of the war. Take a look.
After 39 long days of havoc and bloodbath, part of the Middle East war, US President Donald Trump took to social media announcing a temporary 2-week-long ceasefire. Amidst Trump's ceasefire announcement was one claim that said US had received Iran's 10-point proposal. This claim being something Iran boasted of too, of having Trump's cave in to Iran's demands for ceasefire. Iran's 10-point proposal entailed demands such as Israel and US curtailing its aggression and accepting Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's not all. Iran also urges for acceptance of uranium enrichment in the Farsi version of its ceasefire plan. Iran pushed for the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions as was imposed by the US, especially amidst the war-resultant global economic and energy crisis, and termination of both UNSC and IAEA resolutions. Lastly, IRA stressed on how US and Israel must pay and compensate to Iran, while also seeking US combat forces to withdraw and back down. The additional cessation of war in Lebanon was also a demand put forth by Iran amidst the ceasefire negotiations. With this 10-point peace plan reportedly accepted, the US president has stepped down from earlier threats of expanding attacks on Iran, but also maintains this temporary ceasefire to be conditional on Iran honoring the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Viewers are now shifting focus. The Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has reacted to the ceasefire and has said that with the acceptance of general principles that were desired by Iran, this is a fruit of the blood of their great martyred leader Khamenei, and that the achievement of all of those who are present and standing shoulder to shoulder with Iran. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian's first statement since the ceasefire was posted by US President Donald Trump. Now, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has reacted and he says that the ceasefire is a general acceptance of the principles that are desired by Iran. He, in fact, has said that this has only come because of the martyrdom of Iranian slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Now, he also says that from today on, Iranians will continue to stand together. They will stand as one against all foreign aggression. And he also said that this unity will be seen in fields like diplomacy, defense, and also on the streets and in the field of service. The first statement that comes in from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian.
The Brusselian bureaucrats and the European elite said that, and somehow made a pressure, that not to stop and not to make peace as soon as possible. What do you think? What was the motivations of the Brusselian elite not to make this peace, and how long can it take to make it?
Well, first of all, the president has said this in the context of the Iran conflict. He said this in the context of some of the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. As much as we love Europe, and as much as we love European peoples and cultures, I mean, the United States, as you know, is very much a daughter nation of the European continent. We've been disappointed by a lot of the political leadership in Europe because they don't seem particularly interested in solving this particular conflict. And what the president has said is, it's the hardest war to solve. In some ways, we thought it would be the easiest, but it has been the hardest. We've been at it for now 14 months, and we're just going to keep on working at it. We have made significant progress. I mean, if you go back to where we were in the beginning, where we couldn't even get the Russians or the Ukrainians to put on paper what is it that you want in order to settle the conflict, we've now gotten that. And we've got pieces of paper from the Ukrainians and pieces of paper from the Russians. We've actually got them to state their positions, and over time, their positions have gotten closer and closer together. Now, obviously, they're not perfectly aligned, because if they were, the conflict would be over. But, we've had a lot of help from some of our friends. I think Giorgia Meloni in Italy has been very helpful. Even some of the Western European capitals have been helpful, at least behind the scenes. But the most helpful has been Victor, because Victor is the one who's encouraged us to truly understand this, to understand from the perspective of both the Ukrainians and the Russians what is necessary for them to end the conflict, and that's why we've made some progress. We haven't obviously made the final amount of progress, but I'm pretty optimistic about this, because fundamentally the war has stopped making sense. What I would say to both the Russians and the Ukrainians is, we're talking about haggling at this point over a few square kilometers of territory in one direction or another. Is that worth losing hundreds of thousands of additional Russian and Ukrainian young men? Is that worth an additional months or even years of higher energy prices and economic devastation? We think the answer is clearly no, but it takes, two to tango. So while Victor and President Trump are going to continue to work towards a peaceful settlement, fundamentally we can only open the door. The Russians and the Ukrainians have to walk through it.
And what do you think about Europe? Europe has several problems. If we look on the growth numbers of the European Union, on the competitiveness, on the energy prices. How do you see Europe, and what could be the future for Europe under these circumstances?
Yes, you know, it's very sad because there's so much. I talked about this in my speech last night a little bit. There's so much discussion in the European press. You know, do Vance and Trump and Rubio, do they hate Europe? Do they love Europe? The answer is we absolutely love Europe. It's an important trading partner, but most importantly, again, like I said, it's an important cultural cousin of the United States of America. The ideas that founded the United States of America were first birthed on the European continent. We're very mindful of that fact. And of course, we love the people, the culture, the everything about this place. But we do have some disagreements with the political leadership. In particular, why have the Europeans, while saying, by the way, that Russia is the biggest national security threat, why have the Europeans made themselves completely dependent on unreliable sources of energy? Like, if you think that Russia, an energy superpower, is the biggest threat, you should do everything in your power to make yourselves economically and energy dominant, like President Trump has done in the United States. Our European friends have done the exact opposite. If you look at the cost of electricity in the United Kingdom, which is way underinvested in their energy resources, you know, UK families are paying 4 times, 5 times, 6 times what United States citizens are paying for electricity. Now, obviously, I care most about America's citizens. That's who I'm elected to represent. But isn't it a scandal that middle-class Brits, that people who are working hard and playing by the rules can't afford to heat their home, can't afford to transport themselves to work because their leadership has made energy so expensive? Isn't it a scandal that when normal people on the European continent try to talk about what's going on in their governments, they try to criticize their governments, they try to exercise their rights of free speech, those governments then go to American social media companies and say, you must censor the citizens of your own country because we don't want to hear them. We don't want to hear their free expression. We don't want to hear their free speech. There's just so much wrong with the political leadership. And I would particularly say the bureaucratic leadership in Brussels, right? People who aren't elected, who are not responsive to the democratic will, and I think have made the European continent less secure, less free, and less prosperous. The reason why we make criticism of European political capitals is because we want Europe to thrive, and we think they're making a lot of mistakes. You know, I've had a lot of conversations with European friends, with European heads of state and government, and it's always funny. They always say, well, you know, the United States it defies economic logic. You guys just have way higher economic growth. You have way lower energy costs. They say this as if it was something that happened through accident, rather than through the policy choices of the President of the United States. It is not magical that the United States has lower energy costs than the United Kingdom. It's because we've made smart decisions and their leadership is not. They could change course, and we hope that they will.
Viewers, now that was J.D. Vance, the United States' vice president, who goes on to explain how the United States is disappointed in the European leadership as the war continues in West Asia. Now, in a surprising move, President Donald Trump delayed planned military strikes on Iran, opting instead for a diplomatic approach. Trump agreed to suspend attacks if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz temporarily. Now, Iran in turn proposed a peace plan and a 2-week ceasefire, easing regional tensions and allowing negotiations talks to begin. But for now, we go back to what J.D. Vance has to say as he remains live.
Today has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And not just the United States, but also our allies have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So One, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire, we'll do a negotiation, we'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things. And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily. They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce, you have people who clearly want to come to the negotiating table and work with us to find a good deal. And then you have people who are lying about even the fragile truce that we've already struck. And that's just an interesting thing about their system. And the final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
We are here with a lot of talented Hungarian students. You talk a lot about education.
Yes.
How do you see the future of education? In which direction should it be developed? And do you know a bit the Hungarian education system, especially the tertiary education system, our university system? What is your opinion about this, and how will you develop your education system?
Well, I like that the Hungarian university system has...
US Vice President J.D. Vance once again reiterating how the Americans are disappointed in the European leadership since they did not march along with the United States in their incursion against Iran. Now, viewers, the strikes and counter-strikes in West Asia have continued despite the pause on bombing. Now, in the latest, Kuwait says that it managed to intercept drones, some of which in fact targeted vital oil facilities and power stations in the south of the country, causing major infrastructural damage. That's the latest that we're learning from Kuwait. In fact, they have said that their air defenses are dealing with a wave of Iranian drone attacks since 8 a.m. local time. Now, the Kuwait air defenses have been dealing with strikes from the Iranian side since today morning. And now, with an intense wave of hostile Iranian attacks, drones have been intercepted that were targeting crucial oil facilities and infrastructure inside Kuwait. This is the latest that we're learning in, as Kuwait now says that it has intercepted drones, some of which in fact were out to target vital oil facilities and power stations in southern Kuwait, causing major infrastructural damage. That's the latest that we've picked up as of now. Even after a truce was announced, Iran continues to batter the neighbors in the Gulf region. After Bahrain, now Kuwait says that their air defenses have managed to strike down a swarm of Iranian drones. Kuwait says that it intercepted Iranian drones that were out to target vital oil facilities and power stations in southern Kuwait. In fact, they've also reported major damage, heavy damage to their infrastructure in the southern part of the country. Now, Kuwait also says that they have been dealing with a swarm of Iranian strikes since early morning today. The Kuwaiti air defenses have also said that there is an intense wave of hostilities that have been unleashed from the Iranian military, and drones have been intercepted that were targeting the state of Kuwait. Despite a ceasefire, attacks on Kuwait, attacks in the larger Gulf region continue as the war now escalates and has surpassed the 1-month mark. Donald Trump, just this morning, he said that there will be a 20-day pause in fighting, a 20-day breather for Iran. Viewers, in fact, quickly cutting across to JD Vance, who continues to make some vital points on
Your book is also translated to Hungarian. The Netflix movie about you is also watched in Hungary. You are coming from a more poorer family.
Sure.
You are coming from a Rust Belt society of the United States, and you attended an Ivy League university. You have a degree from Yale. What was the most important that you received during your education?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I mean, I guess the most important thing that I got during my education, at least in law school, is I got a wife because we met in law school, and that's very important. I'd get in trouble if I didn't say that. But she's actually now pregnant with our 4th child, so obviously family is always the most important. Thank you. And thank you. You know, family's the most important, and I do think that, you know, this maybe is going to sound trite, but not just marriage and relationships romantically, but also friendships. Some of the most important things that I got out of my educational experience, and I had a lot of good mentors who said, people don't invest enough in their friendships. This is a great opportunity to build the kind of friendships, if you're a young person, you're in university, to build the kind of relationships that really can last a lifetime. I think it's a very profound and powerful thing. You shouldn't, you know, yes, you want to get an education, yes, you want to get a good job, but you also, you know, you're spending 4 years with people, maybe longer. And I think you should take that opportunity to really get to know what you're interested in, who you are, and who you want to build a life with, because that's one of the best things that I think you can get out of an education. But I think that just, if you set aside the relationships, I think the most important thing that I acquired, if I'm being honest, at Yale Law School in particular, is that I learned how elite social networks actually work, okay? Like, when I looked at this from the perspective of my hometown and I said, why are all the people who have the fancy jobs, why do they have this credential? Or why are all the people who are on the Supreme Court? Or why are all the people who have been in positions of political leadership, why do they all seem to know the same people and come from the same world? And the answer is that, as I think a lot of us know, whether it's in Brussels or Washington, D.C. or New York City, these places become very insular. And they're, you know, there are things about that just are. They're not good, they're not bad. It just, these places are insular. They're built around relationships. They're built around who you know. Many of the most important jobs in American society, I don't like this, by the way, but it's just the truth, are based on who you know. And so it's important to sort of develop those relationships, and it's important for conservatives in particular. I don't like this idea that conservatives shouldn't seek higher education. I don't think that we want to force everybody to go to college, but I think that if you're a conservative in the United States of America and you're interested in running for office, or you're interested in being a judge, you do have to get higher education, okay? So we can accept that college isn't for everybody, while also acknowledging that for certain jobs and certain professions, college is necessary. But I think the very negative thing that I learned about it is that these social networks, because they're so insular, they also become very self-reinforcing. I think there are people who have political power in the United States of America, and I'm sure in Brussels too, who have no idea what the majority of Americans actually think about a given issue. They've actually never talked to a normal American, an American who comes outside of these social circles. I mean, I would meet people who went to a fancy prep school, who went to a fancy university, who went to a fancy law school, and had never spoken to a person from my home state of Ohio, even though, you know, it's at certain parts it's a 4 or 5 hour drive from Washington, D.C. And so I think one of the fundamental things that has to change, I don't know about the Hungarian system, but about the American system, is that unless we make education less, unless we make it, frankly, more of a meritocracy, where people can come from all over the country based on merit rather than on who you know, I think the system is fundamentally doomed. And maybe the most important thing about eliminating racial discrimination, particularly against middle-class white kids in the American education context, is not just the moral part of it, okay? The moral part of it I care a lot about. I don't want to discriminate against black kids, white kids, Latino kids. I don't want to discriminate against anybody based on your skin color. I think it's gross and immoral. But a very, very important part of it is that you're going to have actually greater geographic diversity in our universities, because you're going to have people coming from all over the country to study. I think that will make those social networks less insular and less self-destructive.
What would be your... Where is it? What would be your final message to the MCC students? Here are young individuals, 18, 19, 20. What would be the most important that they should be very careful? And if you would be as young as they are now, how would you do your career?
I'd say enjoy your youth while it lasts, because one day you'll wake up and you'll be 41 and you'll have a glass of wine at dinner and wake up with a headache the next morning and be talking to this fine gentleman. So enjoy it while it lasts. But I think the piece of advice I'd give to you, and I give it to American students, American conservatives in particular, is resist the temptation to think that victory is immediate or that we're going to win back our civilization through instant gratification. I mean, this institution was founded in 1996. It's far more influential than it was back then, but I think a lot of people, this is particularly true in the United States of America, if they see something that the administration does they don't like, they say, oh, that's not what we voted for, we're going to check out of politics. No. That's the exact wrong response. If we do something you don't like, the response should be to get more involved, to make your voice heard, and to try to push things in the direction that you want them to be pushed. Our civilization was not built overnight. It's not going to be saved overnight. And so what I'd encourage you to do is stay involved, be patient, and don't let disappointment turn to checking out of the system entirely. There's way too much of that, I would say, in the Anglo system and the American system. There's way too much, I didn't like this thing that the vice president said, or I didn't like this thing that the president did, and I'm going to completely check out. We call that blackpilling in the United States of America, and blackpilling is how you give power to the forces that are trying to destroy what our ancestors built. We need to take power back from those people and build the kind of institutions that can actually save our societies. It will not happen overnight. It will not happen in the term of one prime minister or one president, but it will happen so long as we keep our faith in God and we work hard to achieve it. That's what we have to do.
Standing ovation at MCC. Vice President J.D. Vance, thank you very much, and be a frequent guest at MCC.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
US Vice President J.D. Vance there taking on the European leadership, their political leadership. In fact, he also pointed out the difference in fuel prices as the war raged on between the United Kingdom and the United States. He, in fact, also alleged that the United Kingdom's leadership has not been able to manage their fuel stock or their oil really well. In fact, he also spoke about the ceasefire, the hottest news of the hour, the Iranian ceasefire. In fact, listen in once again to what the US Vice President J.D. Vance has to say. Remember, he's been mum in the entirety of the West Asia war, but today he's spoken about the Iranian ceasefire. Listen in.
What the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And that, not just the United States, but also our allies, have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire, we'll do a negotiation, we'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things. And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily. They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce, you have people who clearly want to come to the negotiating table and work with us to find a good deal. And then you have people who are lying about even the fragile truce that we've already struck. And that's just an interesting thing about their system. And the final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision. There's so much discussion in the European press. Do Vance and Trump and Rubio, do they hate Europe? Do they love Europe? The answer is we absolutely love Europe. It's an important trading partner. But most importantly, again, like I said, it's an important cultural cousin of the United States of America. The ideas that founded the United States of America were first birthed on the European continent. We're very mindful of that fact. And of course, we love the people, the culture, the everything about this place. But we do have some disagreements with the political leadership. In particular, why have the Europeans, while saying, by the way, that Russia is the biggest national security threat, why have the Europeans made themselves completely dependent on unreliable sources of energy? Like, if you think that Russia, an energy superpower, is the biggest threat, you should do everything in your power to make yourselves economically and energy dominant, like President Trump has done in the United States. Our European friends have done the exact opposite. If you look at the cost of electricity in the United Kingdom, which is way underinvested in their energy resources, UK families are paying 4 times, 5 times, 6 times what United States citizens are paying for electricity. Now, obviously, I care most about America's citizens. That's who I'm elected to represent. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire. We'll do a negotiation. We'll open the Straits of Hormuz. And then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road.
Viewers, now getting in some more breaking development. The UAE has now strongly come out to condemn the storming and vandalism of the Kuwaiti consulate in Basra. The United Arab Emirates has condemned and even denounced in the strongest terms possible the storming and acts of vandalism targeting the premises of the Consulate General of the State of Kuwait in Basra, as well as the accompanying blatant attacks that have been rained down on Kuwait. Now, Kuwait's consulate in Iraq has been vandalized. In fact, now UAE has strongly condemned the storming of the Kuwaiti consulate. In fact, they have also stood their ground against the vandalism that the Kuwait's consulate in Basra has been subjected to. Now, the United Arab Emirates has come out strongly condemning and denouncing in the strongest terms possible the storming and even acts of vandalism targeting the premises of the Consulate General of the State of Kuwait in Iraq. In fact, they have also denounced the strikes, the Iranian strikes that rained down on the Kuwaiti airspace that Kuwait's air defense systems managed to intercept a swarm of Iranian drones in the Kuwait airspace. Now, UAE has come out strongly condemning the attack on Kuwait consulate inside Iraq. Meanwhile, viewers, the UAE says that its air defenses are now dealing with missile threat, that they're dealing with a missile threat that's incoming from the Iranian military. Now, this also comes after a ceasefire, a pause of 2 weeks was announced by President Donald Trump. However, that pause does not seem to hold on ground as Gulf remains precarious. It remains on the edge. Now, UAE, after Kuwait and Bahrain, has come out to say that their air defense systems are completely locked in intercepting incoming missile threats from the Iranian military. Now, Iran continues to strike their neighbors across the Gulf region even after a 2-week pause in the war has been announced by US President Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump said that for 2 weeks, US will stop its bombing campaign against the Iranian territory. However, the truce does not seem to be holding from the Iranian end. Iran continues to strike the larger Gulf region. First it was Bahrain, then Kuwait, and now UAE also says that their air defense systems are active, completely logged in dealing with incoming missile threats. These are the visuals from various locations across Gulf on your screens where attacks have been reported by the Iranian military. Now, in the latest, UAE has been UAE has been dealing with the incoming missile threat from Iran. Their air defenses have been activated. They are logged in and they are busy intercepting a swarm of missile threat that comes in from Iranian military. Viewers, while the truce has been announced specifically between the United States and Iran, there is contention over whether or not Lebanon is a part of this truce. Now, IDF spokesperson maintains that the campaign in Lebanon will continue. The ceasefire does not, in fact, apply to Lebanon at all. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces continue to operate against Hezbollah activities inside the Lebanese territory. Now, they say that we reiterate our calls. The Israeli Defense Forces have reiterated their calls for citizens in Lebanon to evacuate their homes immediately and move northward to the north of the Litani River. That's the latest warning that's been issued by the Israeli Defense Forces as they continue their bombing operations, their ground incursions against the Hezbollah proxies inside Lebanon, largely focused on southern Lebanon, and which is why the Israeli Defense Forces have now directed the citizens in Lebanon to move to their north, to move to the north of the Litani River. That is the latest that we're learning in. As of now, the Israeli Defense Forces now once again saying that they will continue their strikes against Lebanon.
هذا إنذار عاجل إلى السكان جنوب لبنان المتواجدين جنوب نهر الزهراني. المعركة في لبنان مستمرة وحالة وقف النار لا تشمل لبنان. جيش
Viewers, and now External Affairs Minister S. Shankar met with Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman of Bangladesh and even his delegation just this afternoon. The leaders discussed strengthening of bilateral relationship in its various facets. They also exchanged views on regional and global developments. Take a look.
मैं आया हूँ इस मुद्दे पर पश्चिम एशिया में जो गतिविधि चल रही है उस पर हम लोगों ने जो वहाँ युद्ध विराम हुआ है उसका हम लोगों ने स्वागत किया है। मैंने ये भी कहा है कि हमेशा से हम शांति के पक्ष में रहे हैं और हम लोग का ये मानना है कि संवाद से, कूटनीति से वहाँ पर शांति का पहल बन सकता है। जहाँ तक और देशों का उनका पक्ष है, उनका पोजीशन है, ये बेहतर होगा कि इन सब चीज़ का खुलासा वो खुद करें। Gauri, to your question on ships, transit of ships, look, we are closely following the developments. We have been in touch with Iran and several other countries and stakeholders to ensure unimpeded transit of our ships. As a result of our efforts, we have had several of our ships which have crossed the Straits of Hormuz. In our statement today that we issued, we have conveyed our expectation that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. So we continue to be, this is an evolving situation and we remain in touch with all our partners, stakeholders and countries to serve our interest.
Thank you, Randeep. Now we'll quickly take questions from the fifth row onwards. Yeah. So regarding refinery production, yes. So I have already said, when I said our refineries are running at optimum capacity, means that they are running at 100 and plus. So we have the refineries which are working at 110% also, 112% also. So I will again reiterate that our refineries are operating at optimum capacities. Somebody also asked me about the LPG production data. I have already said it is in the range of 46 to 47 TFT. Friends, I have a humble request to make. We have a cabinet briefing at 4, so we will quickly take one question each, starting from the fifth row, 250. He will add to the answers up finally.
Okay. So I think the portion of that question has already been replied by Shri Randir ji. So you asked two questions: when our ships are likely to come back, and then when we are sending back our ships. So again, I'll say that we are in coordination with MEA and our missions as well as our owners of the ships. We are trying our level best to bring our ships as early as possible, as well as sending vessels again to bring the cargo from that region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take questions 256, 270. We start with the fifth row and all the questions behind that. And please be brief and quick.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. I'm Tuesh Mishra from Economic Times. It seems Iran is going to ask for a toll from any ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So what is the Indian government's position on this?
Yes.
I am Atul Mathur from the Times of India. My question is for Sujata ma'am. You have informed that 17,000 people have surrendered their LPG connections, but how many new applications have been received for LPG connections since the war broke out? And has the government issued any kind of instructions to OMCs to issue new connections? If yes, how many connections have been issued so far?
271, 194, 252, 128, 200, 243, 249, and 139. That will all we'll take today. Please.
Yeah, this is Shilpa from the Economic Times. My question is for Sanjeev sir. Sir, you mentioned enough coal in the country for NRS as well as power sectors. There is certain grade of coal that is being imported. Are we looking to ask them to blend more domestic coal wherever it is possible? And is the ministry writing to other ministries for the same?
Yes, unke piche.
Hi, I'm Abhimanyu Sharma from CNBC TV 18. I have two questions, one for Sujata ma'am, one for Randhir sir. Ma'am, if you may please answer the steps being taken to increase the production as well as use of compressed biogas to augment the supply of imported products. And to Randhir sir, to you, is there any truth in reports that any fees in yuan is being paid for passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz?
194 and then 249 will be the last.
Good afternoon. Saptaparna Ghosh from The Hindu. My question is to Sanjeev sir. I wanted to ask about coal gasification. Syngas can actually help in producing base products that would be required for ammonia, that could be utilized for ammonia and urea production. So is the coal ministry considering, this paradigm to further help out the urea and the fertilizer situation? If you could please share some perspective on that.
Yes, 249 last.
Hi, good evening, sir. My name is Danish Anand. I'm from NTV Profit. My question is for Sanjeev, sir. So you mentioned that we have enough coal stock, which is there for continuous electricity generation for 24 days. But is the buffer margin thin, considering that we are just a few months away from the peak summer demand?
Thank you. We'll start with Sujata. Answers. देखिए, जब हम एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी की बात करते हैं तो वी डू टॉक अबाउट द क्लीन एनर्जी ऑल्सो, और जो कंप्रेस्ड बायोगैस है इज़ अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट, और इसमें हमारे टारगेट भी हैं 2025-26 ऑनवर्ड्स 1%, 3%, 4% ब्लेंडिंग इन द पीएनजी. इसके संबंध में भारत सरकार ने एक सतत स्कीम भी है. इसके अलावा सिंक्रोनाइजेशन स्कीम टिल 2047 भी एक स्कीम है जिसमें इंजेक्शन ऑफ सीबीजी इनटू द गैस पाइपलाइन हैज़ बीन एंश्योर्ड. इसके अलावा मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि अप्रैल 2025 से लेकर फरवरी 2026 तक लगभग 82,000 टन सीबीजी हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनी ने प्रोक्योर किया है, as compared to 42,700 tons during year 24-25. That's from my side. Thank you. Sanjeev ji.
Viewers, now External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar met with Bangladesh's Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman and in fact also his delegation this afternoon. The leaders discussed strengthening of bilateral relationship in its various facets. They in fact also exchanged views over regional and global developments. They also agreed to remain in a close touch. The External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar meeting with the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, where the two have now spoken about propelling the ties between India and Bangladesh much further. In fact, the External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar also met with Bangladesh's Foreign Minister's delegation just this afternoon. The leaders discussed the strengthening of the bilateral relationship in all its facets. They also exchanged views on regional and global developments. Also, the West Asia war remained at the center of this discussion. Now, they also agreed to remain in close touch. Viewers, now we're also quickly dipping back into the Ministry of External Affairs' oil briefing, the details of which we get you on the other end. India has welcomed the ceasefire, the 2-week pause in the war between United States and Iran, and have said that they are taking full cognizance and rundown over their vessels that are yet to pass the contentious Strait of Hormuz.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttle up. Guidance converged.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, despite a truce, a 2-week conditional ceasefire coming into effect and being agreed upon by US and Iran, we are looking at constant attacks taking place all across the Gulf nations, from Bahrain to United Arab Emirates. Now, what does this mean for the fragile peace in West Asia? We'll break it down for you in the bulletin ahead. But first up, a quick look at the headlines. Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for Middle East investment. Israel's oppositional leader criticizes a ceasefire deal, terms it as a political disaster. As the two-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting the crucial Strait of Hormuz. Nations across the world welcome the two-week temporary ceasefire deal on Iran. Pakistan's role in peace deal between US and Iran now emerges as Islamabad all set to hold a high-level meeting. Israeli Prime Minister says that Lebanon not part of the peace deal as strikes across southern Lebanon still continue. At least 8 killed in southern Lebanon as Israeli strikes continue to escalate across the region. All right, welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour. Now, reports are saying that Trump administration is expected to slash Iran war funding requests. Now, the Trump administration, in fact, is expected to significantly scale back its plan to seek additional funding for the war in Iran ahead of what is likely to be a contentious fight over the request in Congress. Now, according to U.S. officials and others which are familiar with this matter, we are looking at Trump administration. It had raised a request for increased defense funding, for Pentagon funding essentially. But now that a ceasefire is in effect, we're looking at the administration now slashing, expected to in fact slash Iran war funding request. Now the administration here could significantly scale back its plan to seek additional funding for the war in Iran ahead of what is likely to be a very contentious fight over the request in Congress. Now, we have seen there is no bipartisan support for the additional defense funding on this war, but now that truce has come into effect for at least 2 weeks now, we could be looking at a scaling back of this request by the Trump administration. All right, viewers, let's also break it down for you. What are the 10 demands put up by Iran in this negotiation? There is certainly going to be give and take. So what are the demands put up by Iran, and also what exactly Trump is now calling workable? We have to also look at the terminology used by the US president, because these are demands, crucial demands put up by Iran. But Donald Trump now calls them workable. He says they will form the basis on which negotiations will now continue. Let's walk it down through you the demands. The first demand, in fact, is over the aggression. It has to stop from the Israeli side. The second demand is over continued control over the Strait of Hormuz, while the third demand is about acceptance of uranium enrichment. So those are the crucial demands being put forward by Iran. It is also asking to lift all the primary as well as secondary sanctions that has been imposed on Iran. Now, Iran remains a highly sanctioned regime all across the world. So it's asking the US to now lift up all the primary and secondary sanctions. In fact, going ahead while putting up its demands, it's also asking for the US to in fact now go ahead and remove all the resolutions as well. All right, now another demand that's been put forward is the termination of UNSC resolutions by Tehran. It's also asking not just for the UNSC resolutions to be terminated, but also for the resolutions by International Atomic Energy Agency to be terminated as well. Now, in its eighth demand, in fact, Iran is now asking the United States to pay its compensation for the damage that has been incurred on its military sites, on its civilian infra all across the past 40 days, while also asking US combat troops to now withdraw from West Asia. It's a big demand. It's asking US troops to not just vacate its neighbors, but entire region, entire West Asia. And the last demand is about a cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. So it's asking for the war to stop, not just with its direct militia, that's IRGC, but also its proxies, both Houthis in Yemen and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now, I'm also being joined to decode this further by Manjeet Singh Puri. He's a former ambassador. Ambassador, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. I want to ask you, sir, Now, despite the truce coming into effect, despite both US and Iran agreeing to stop their aggression and offensive against each other, we are looking at attacks taking place all across the Gulf nations. You have Kuwait, you have United Arab Emirates, as well as Bahrain, all reporting attacks after the announcement of ceasefire. So how do you read this, sir?
So thank you very much. Look, the most important players, the Iran and the United States, have agreed on a ceasefire and are trying to see what they can do about it. It's very important in all of this to understand that the Israeli objectives and the objectives of the United States are not necessarily matched. And it will be really for the US president to ensure that the Israelis also stick to it. Now, the Israelis attacked other places. The Iranians have retaliated. I hope, and I say this because I believe that while this whole business of civilizational erasure, etc., let's forget about that. Devastation in Iran can be severe and has been serious as a result of the US bombings. And so, therefore, I hope there will be a pragmatic approach by the Iranian regime. What are their leverage points? It is truly oil. Straits of Hormuz up to a point, but it's really oil. And oil is something that interests the Americans and interests President Donald Trump in particular. And so, therefore, can they reach some kind of via media and all of this? I sincerely hope they do, and I pray that they do. It's not easy. It's not very, very, very simplistic, because that would have happened in any case. So let's hope and pray that it's not just these 2 weeks, but there's some kind of a practical way out forward, which allows President Trump to declare victory and which allows the Iranians a degree of saying, oh, well, we also survived. Resilience, asymmetric warfare is something the Iranians have prepared for. But the United States is truly a massive powerhouse, and getting hit hard and hard can result in devastation of their country.
Ambassador, you are right. You know, United States is a massive power. There's no denying that fact. But if you look at this conflict, I want to ask you, and I think that's a question on everyone's mind right now. What did the US gain out of this conflict? Because if you talk about the stated goals, regime change did not take place. Uranium stockpile is still safe with Iran. And also the military infrastructure, of course, has been hit, but the capacity has not been erased. So essentially, what did US gain out of this?
So let's be very clear. The US here means President Donald Trump. He believes that he has burnished his legacy as somebody who can do something on matters which have been intractable for a long time. Secondly, President Trump is a strong believer in Israel, its rights to existence, and so on and so forth. He believes that he has shown the world that the United States is a powerful place. Remember, the attacks in June and after that have certainly diminished to a very large extent Iranian nuclear capacities and even Iranian missile capacity. These have been proven. And finally, it is my considered belief that old world President Trump thinks and believes that oil is the key to power. And will he have access to Iranian oil, in some senses be able to play with it? And I'm not talking about consequential impacts on China. I'm simply talking about being the big controller of oil in the world. Will he be able to do it? It might just be possible, and the Iranians might just be willing to play that game.
You know, that's very interesting, Ambassador, because I was looking at it differently, with Iran now emerging more resilient and holding the key to Strait of Hormuz. So essentially, oil supplies as well across the world. And I'll come back to you for further analysis on this. We're getting some breaking development at this hour. Now, Qatar, in fact, has welcomed the announcement of a ceasefire agreement between the US and Iran, considering it as an initial step towards a de-escalation in the region, while also stressing the need to build on it urgently to prevent the spread of tension in the region. Now, Qatar's ministry here, in fact, is stressing the importance of full commitment to ceasefire agreement, which would ensure consolidification of truce as well as create conditions for dialogue. Now, Qatar, in fact, has come out welcoming this ceasefire and emphasizing the need for Iran to immediately cease all hostile acts and practice that undermine regional stability. All right, Ambassador Puri continues to stay with us. Ambassador, now coming to you. So we were talking about, who emerges stronger in this conflict. And I was looking at this, that Iran, despite being battered, despite taking all the hits, to its military infrastructure, still holds the key to Hormuz. So do you think that's one leverage that has made Iran stronger, in fact, at this point?
So let's be very clear. The Iranians always knew that they had two leverages. One is oil and the other is the Straits of Hormuz. In fact, the new supreme leader had mentioned this in his very first statement. And so had the Iranian president roughly 2 weeks back on all of this. Look, this whole business that Iran has, as you has done well, is emerging, Victor. Let me say this to you. Given the firepower that the United States has, given the fact that President Trump, if you don't mind my saying so, is an individual with very low levels of empathy for others, and frankly is very much charged by his own legacy and the fact that he does play to instincts that gets taken on all of this, we should be much more mindful. Yes, the Iranians have shown resilience, but they've prepared themselves for it for a long time. They've shown asymmetry. But, you know, they're an old civilization, and they should know, and I'm sure they realize, that the need for them is to tide this over, get over. We'll see what happens in later years. And this is particularly important. Pragmatic things. Let's remember this. It's not civilizational erasure, but destruction of a country is very much possible. Think of what has happened to Iraq. I don't think the Iranian leadership is impervious to this. They are very much aware of it. It's much in terms of the analysis that people talk in all of this. You know, we use this word taco. My own advice to everyone would be, don't do it. Mr. Trump is the person at the moment who, let's just somehow or the other try and please him. Let him just feel good. Who's the ultimate winner? Time will tell you. But let him just be there because he has the control of the bombs. And it's particularly important that they don't get used and his leverage with Israel.
Ambassador Puri, I also want to take a couple of questions. Abhishek joining here in this broadcast with you. My first question is the kind of irrelevance of the United Nations that we have seen, and you have had experience at our permanent mission in New York. What's your sense? Is it dead?
So, Abhishek, let me make a point to you. The United Nations is not just about multilateralism, it's also about multipolarity. You are perhaps a young individual. Do you remember Vietnam? What did they do there? Do you remember the Iraq War? What did they do there? So the fact is, it works when multipolarity works out there. And they are really in that kind of a situation. Is it dead? Yes, it's going through a very, very tense phase. It's going through a phase where its own leadership with the Secretary General have not shown themselves as very good. But the fact is, at the end of the day, it's required for a degree of legitimation. Even the JCPOA had to go through that. Their Board of Peace, Mr. Trump needed a UNSC resolution to feel there's a legitimacy. And we have things like climate change, etc., which is needed. So you're absolutely right. One of the most difficult and trying times for the United Nations, 2026, not in 1945, but we do need multilateralism. We need global cooperation. And so therefore, we have to find ways to keep all of this alive.
Okay, sir. My last question before we let you go, Ambassador Puri, which is what it really means for our immediate diplomacy, given the kind of role Pakistan succeeded in carving for itself, the manner in which it got involved. It's, after all, our immediate neighborhood. What it means for our diplomacy. We are doing good despite that?
So, Abhishek, let me make this point to you. We are perhaps the largest economy in that sense of affectation of what was happening there. Anyone, I believe, who's able to temper matters, this is good news. That it was Pakistan. Look, Pakistan is Iran's immediate neighbor. Iranian abilities to reach out to many places was relatively limited. Who are the three countries that people spoke about earlier? Egypt, Turkey, and the Pakistanis. Now, if the Pakistanis have been able to somehow or the other assuage President Donald Trump's feelings, somehow or the other to get something through, let's just say good that they've been able to do it. In terms of this India-Pakistan, come on. India is the largest country in the world, the fourth largest economy. Our place in the world is not secured as a result of playing whatever this particular aspect. We are important by ourselves and per se. And I would say, let it be Pakistan. Let them do what they want. I don't want to get into typifying any of these particular things because all that does is, in some senses, Why are we putting ourselves in this hyphenation mode with Pakistan? We spent years trying to de-hyphenate ourselves from Pakistan.
That's a good point to, in fact, take in, Ambassador Puri, this row that has happened over Shehbaz Sharif's tweet. There was an edited tweet in which what was written earlier, draft Pakistan's PM message on X, which was deleted, and another message was sent minus that one line, suggesting that the tweet is on air. Ambassador Puri, I'm coming to you, just explaining for the benefit of viewers who might have joined just now, that this gives a suggestion that perhaps Pakistan Prime Minister's post on the ceasefire was dictated from outside Pakistan. Yeah. It was a draft sent to them, and it was copy-pasted as it happens, and then they realized, oh, that's a blooper, and then they edited it, removed that one-line draft, Pakistan's PM message on X. What's your guess, Ambassador Puri? This draft would have come from Rawalpindi, or you think the draft came from Washington, D.C.?
Abhishek, it doesn't matter. Believe me, Pakistan has no problem being a Godi country. Let's understand that much. That's the nature of how they are. They are not like India. We are a self-standing nature country in the world. We have always believed we have a tryst with destiny. We are destined to be one of the countries in the world that will count, which is why we are seeking a permanent seat in the Security Council. The Pakistanis are only spoilers in that game. So that draft came from Washington, D.C., how does it matter? It's perfectly fine. That they were able to inject themselves, yes, they were. Because in some senses, they are best positioned to play this Godi role, which is what they do well. That's the nature of that country. De-hyphenating ourselves from Pakistan, that's been an old motto of what India has been attempting. We should understand strategic autonomy, de-hyphenation with Pakistan. These are important goals. We are a country which has a tryst with the high table, and that's what India is about.
Right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Puri, for joining us with that clear perspective on what's really unfolding in front of us. Unfortunate at many levels, but thankfully the war is over for now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ambassador Puri. All right, moving on. Breaking news coming in. Ishita, I believe this is connected with the war. It's still active zone.
Right, of course, and now we're getting some reports saying that Iran, in fact, has put out a full list of the targets hit last night, just before when negotiations were underway between the two sides, and the clock was, in fact, ticking for Iran as Trump's deadline was supposed to end. We're looking at a list now being put out of the targets which were hit in that duration. Now, in fact, we'll try and put out that list for our viewers, Abhishek, but that's the breaking update we're getting at this hour, that Iran is now listing out the damage that's done to its infra in terms of civilian sites, in terms of military infrastructure. Right now, that Truce, in fact, the truce is in effect. My colleague Gesu also joins us on this. Gesu, do take us what exactly Iran has put out in this list regarding the targets hit overnight.
Right, Ishita. In fact, multiple targets have been hit in the Iranian territory just last night. And this came moments before the truce, the pause in the war. The 20-day pause was announced by US President Donald Trump. Now, if you remember, Ishita, closely, yesterday the US military also, CENTCOM, said that over 50 targets were hit inside Iran, especially in the Kharg Island, the crown jewel of the Iranian state. Now, I have here with me a list of targets that were hit. This includes a refinery and oil facilities of American company Chevron. This includes the oil and petrochemical facilities inside Saudi Arabia. In fact, this also includes the oil facilities of American companies in Yanbu on the Red Sea coast with a production capacity of over 250,000 barrels. That was also struck. Now, the American Habshan oil facility in the Dubai Fujairah oil depot was also struck. Now, remember, these are all part of Iranian retaliation after the Kharg Island was struck last evening. In the night before the truce was announced, Iran also struck multiple targets. These were just a few that I read out. Important oil facilities were also struck across the Gulf region, including in Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And now also the important oil facilities of the company Bapco in Bahrain was also struck. Not just that, America's Das refinery in the UAE that processed processes crude oil was in fact also struck. American oil companies' facilities in Fujairah, like I mentioned before, came under heavy attack last evening. Now, Kuwait's Al Ahmadi refinery, with a production capacity of 346,000 barrels per day, was also struck by Iran. Now, remember, this comes in close resolution with what Iran has said since the beginning of the war. They said that in case the US and Israeli aggression does not go down, in case there is no slowdown in the mounting US and Israeli aggression in the region against Iran, Iran will make it a point to strike all major US facilities, including oil supplies, their military bases across the Gulf region. Now, this happened right before, moments before, the truce, the 20-day pause by President Donald Trump was announced in the ongoing infighting. Ishita.
Right, of course. So these are the list of the targets that Iran struck in a retaliatory fire right after Kharg Island was targeted. Thanks, Kesu, for joining us and sharing all the crucial inputs. And now, viewers, are moving on to another breaking news we're getting at the Sabah. Iran has now claimed that attacks are targeting the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait with missiles and drones after targeting oil facilities on Lebanon Island. Now, viewers, the key is a timing here. This comes right after both the sides have agreed upon a 2-week conditional ceasefire. But despite the ceasefire coming into effect, we're looking at attacks now taking place all across the Gulf nations. Iran is now claiming that the attacks targeting Emirates and Kuwait with missiles and drones are only coming after its Lebanon refinery was in fact targeted. So we are looking at tit-for-tat attacks still continuing, Abhishek, despite the ceasefire coming into effect. Gulf nations are still under attack. We're looking at their refineries being hit by Iranian missiles. And in fact, Iran's its oil refinery on Lebanon Island has also been struck. So despite both the sides now agreeing to stop their aggression, to stop their offensive against each other, right after Donald Trump announced a 2-week conditional truce, we are not looking at hostilities or attacks, in fact, stopping on the battlefield.
Yeah, let's continue with breakings. That's actually a significant marker, Ishita, of the fact that Iran did not blink or budge till the last moment. And till the time that the ceasefire was announced, which was at about 2 a.m., they were continuing to strike these targets. Okay, we in fact have a big live coming up. Abdul Majid Elahi, he's the supreme leader of Iran's representative in India. He's going to be joining us live in just a bit, and that's going to be a big one. Dr. Abdul Majid Hakim Elahi, Iran's supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei's special envoy now, and that's on the spiritual side. Remember, India has a lot of Shia community. Iran is essentially a Shia power, and so this arrangement where apart from their ambassador, we also have their spiritual leader representative, and Iran Supreme Leader's envoy is going to be in live with us anytime now. He's joining us, and this is going to be the first Iranian voice after the ceasefire. In fact, we have Dr. Elahi live with us. Very good afternoon to you, Dr. Elahi, and thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. My first question to you is, ceasefire finally, peace prevailing. How enduring you think this peace is going to be?
Thank you very much for having me. First, I would like to congratulate all free people, all wise people, and also all peace people and who are looking for the peace, who's peacekeeper. And also I would like to express my sincere thanks to our brothers and sisters in India. They supported us, spirituality. They came and they offered their condolences, their sympathy, their solidarity, and especially my thank goes to the media of India. As you know, from the beginning, we didn't want this war, and this war was unaccepted by us they initiated this war against us while we were in the table of negotiation and they started this war against our civilians. Then we started fund them, and they started this war by some aims and which they mentioned it. They wanted to bring, as they mentioned, regime change within 3 days. And also they said after the war, the map of Iran will be changed. Finally, they said the civilization of Iran, which is 7,000 years civilization, it will finish and perish. But finally, they surrendered themselves to Iran. They wanted unconditional surrender, but they surrendered themselves to Iran. And we hope that this ceasefire and also stopping of this war will continue, and all countries and all nations and people benefit from peace in this region, especially in Persian Gulf.
Right. Dr. Elahi, do you really trust the Americans right now? What really happened? Could you tell us? Because till about late last evening, President Trump had threatened that entire civilization will be wiped out. So what really changed? Around 4 o'clock this morning is when that first post was put out that a ceasefire is there. Do the Iranians really believe that it's happening, or do you believe this is an attempt being made by the Americans to regroup and perhaps carry out an attack at a later stage?
Actually, as you know, there is no trust between us and United States of America, because several times we started negotiating with them, and unfortunately, while we were negotiating, they attacked us, they targeted us. Then there is no trust. But because we don't want other countries to be suffered and harmed by this war, we said that by our conditions, and it will be based for negotiation. We started to negotiate with them, and for 2 weeks we forced them to accept ceasefire, and we are going to negotiate. Then we would like the world leaders to come together, and they don't allow again this war be initiated against any other country.
Dr. Elahi, could you tell us what really happened? Was there any communication between Iran and United States of America after the threatening message that was put by Donald Trump, or was there some sort of mediation that was basically done by Pakistan?
Actually, there wasn't any direct communication between Iran and United States, but Iran could send a message to the United States that if they target Iran, of Iran and historical and mosques and some other places, Iran also will create resurrection, and the time will be completely different from the before. Up to now, we kept ourselves. We didn't target the civilians. We didn't target the hospitals. We didn't target the universities. But if they want to start this game, so we are ready to defend ourselves by everything. So they got their lessons, they got the message, and they decided to stop the war because it was against them.
Okay, Ishita wants to have a question. Go ahead.
Right, of course. Dr. Elahi, I want to ask you, you're saying that US surrendered to Iran, but Iran was also adamant that it will not agree to anything temporary. It wants a permanent end. So what transpired in those last hours before the deadline that Iran agreed to a conditional 2-week ceasefire?
Yes, 2 weeks before the negotiating, Iran says if we want to have permanent ceasefire, we should be sure that they are not going to attack us. So this needs negotiation, and we will start negotiation with them. And we hope that on the the international law, international organization, we will achieve such aim and such thing which we want.
Dr. Elahi, could you help us understand what was the role that Pakistan played? Because as I understand, there hasn't been any direct talks between Iran and United States of America. It seems that some messages, or more like the role of a postman, was played by Pakistan.
There are some countries, when they understood that this conflict will affect a lot of other countries, they come together and they started negotiating and talking to both sides, then achieve this ceasefire.
Okay, Ambassador Elahi, and what you're suggesting is that many countries mediated, and Pakistan was one of them. But my question is, howsoever tenuous the peace, the ceasefire has happened. The question is, what happens next? How is Iran going to rebuild from here? Where are you going to get the money from? Have the negotiations included talks of reparations of war and reconstruction?
Actually, one condition is that they have to pay for the damaging of Iran. They have to pay for that, and they have to pay, and will force them to pay for that.
Dr. Elahi, what is it that the Americans have agreed? Because there is a bit of a confusion about control over Strait of Hormuz. Is Hormuz now being completely controlled by the Iranians, and there is a fee that vessels will have to pay if they cross through Strait of Hormuz? And has America agreed to that?
Please, this is not American state. American is 5'7", more than 7,000 miles far from this strait. How they want to come and control this strait? Who is agree with that one? We are living in this region. We are the people of this region, and we are the one who has to take this peace in this region. And as you know, the Strait of Hormuz was open before this war. No one was complaining against any problem in this strait. But now, due to the war, a lot of people in different countries got a lot of problems and crises within themselves due to the war. Now, after this war, the state will go back as it was.
Okay, Ambassador Elahi, what is your assessment of the kind of damage, destruction that has happened in this 40-day war? It's a huge one, must be a huge one. What's your assessment? How long before Iran is back on its feet?
Yes, actually, let me correct something. I'm not ambassador.
Yeah, sorry, special envoy
yes.
for the spiritual leader.
Yes, sorry. Yes, yes, it was a huge damage, especially more than 30,000 houses were damaged. A lot of hospitals were damaged, a lot of universities, and one of very advanced university in Iran was damaged, and the Pasteur institution, which is established 1920, was damaged, and a lot of other bridge and also malls were damaged. There's big damage, and we hope that we could build it again. And also the enemies who the starters of this war, they will pay for that.
So any possibility that beyond this a truce condition, beyond the truce conditions, Iran keeps the option of going to the International Court of Justice, seek war reparations and seek damages?
Of course, this is the right of Iran to go to the court and to get its right. Because without any reason, they attack Iran. What is the possibility of this one? What is the mentality of that? They attack Iran, they damage Iran, they kill thousands of Iranians, they kill a lot of innocent people, civilians, then finish.
Okay,
it's not reasonable.
Also, the biggest tragedy of the war, perhaps, was the attack by a Tomahawk missile. on that school in Minab, Dr. Elahi, where 170, including about 150 plus young school girls got killed. Is that a case in which Iran can go to the international court and call it war crimes and seek justice for that?
Actually, this is, and we have to go to the court, but I'm not sure that we can receive anything, because even some international organization during the war, they kept quiet, they said nothing, even some of them, they didn't condemn it. But we will try to get our right, and we will force them to pay for that.
Dr. Elahi, one final question before I let you go. This is about, many would say, a military pause, not really a ceasefire to that extent. What is it that the Iranians are really expecting at this stage? Because security guarantees that you're basically asking for and lifting the sanctions, do you believe that the Americans will really perhaps concede on this very point? And if at all they do not agree to lifting the US sanctions, what really happens? Is Iran willing to perhaps up the ante and continue targeting military bases in GCC?
You know, we don't want to have war and conflict. We are looking for the peace. If they don't want it, we are ready to defend ourselves. We are ready to get our rights. You know, the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei, our supreme leader, it was very big loss for us. He was our spiritual leader. He was our father. He was our everything, and we lost him. So we are ready to pay and to achieve and get all our rights. We are not going to be under sanction more. And this is the time that all international leaders and world leaders understood that they have to give the right of any countries to its country.
Dr. Elahi, you are saying that there has been some acceptance from the American side. They have accepted the 10-point proposal that was given by the Iranians. Have they accepted?
Of course, if they didn't accept it, they accepted totally, and they said for the details they will negotiate it. Basically, they accepted these 10 conditions. Otherwise, there wasn't ceasefire. Because as you know, America offered to us 15 conditions and we rejected.
What is the security guarantee? What is the security guarantee, Dr. Elahi? Because what kind of guarantee has the Americans given that they are not going to attack once again?
We have to find a security guarantee. We started talking with the UN and some other international organizations which are mentioned in the conditions, Iranian conditions.
All right. I think, Shawan, we can conclude this conversation. Special envoy of the spiritual leader of Iran, Dr. Elahi, there joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much, Dr. Elahi. With that Iranian perspective, some straight answers to straight questions there coming in. Iran holding on the United States, according to him, that they surrendered, not Iran, and that their conditions have been met for this ceasefire. Moving on for now, and despite the ceasefire, the US-Israeli warplanes attacked an oil refinery in Iran, and this is in Lawan Island of Iranian control, and immediately areas in the UAE and Kuwait were targeted. This Lawan refinery is in Iranian territory, and National Refining and Distribution Company Lawan Oil Refinery was targeted at around 10 a.m., which means, so to say, the aftershocks, even after the ceasefire that was announced at around 2:30 a.m. last night, attacks have continued from both the sides. In the case of Iran on the Levant oil refinery, and in the case of Israel, many targets hit. Even UAE has reported that they have defended, their air defenses have encountered and neutralized some ballistic missiles and drones, which means some aftershocks, so to say, of the war continue. But overall, ceasefire announced by both the sides, confirmed by Iran's special envoy of the spiritual leader, Dr. Elahi, there with us, that United States agreed to the 10 conditions only following which the ceasefire was accepted, and that Iran still reserves the right to approach the International Court of Justice for war reparations, as also, of course, justice for the MENAP victims. All right, more breakings. Okay, we have more breakings. United Kingdom's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Yeah, we have a breaking which is... Let's go to Gesu for more on this. And Gesu, what can you share about this latest attack despite the ceasefire?
Right, Abhishek. Like you rightly pointed out, despite the ceasefire, another attack on a crucial oil facility inside Iran on the Levant Island. Now, I have a statement here that the oil refinery on Iran's Levant Island was targeted by what they call an enemy attack. So there is no doubt that this was a joint US-Israeli strike that has once again managed to strike an oil refinery on the Levant Island in Iran. Comes moments after, hours after the truce was announced. Donald Trump said that a 20-day pause will be maintained. He, in fact, specifically pointed out that US will stop its bombing campaign against Iran in the ongoing war for about 2 weeks so that they can reconsider a truce. But now the Levant oil refinery has been hit. In fact, they also say that no casualties have been reported so far. But the National Iranian Oil Refining and Distribution Company says that the oil company was struck by enemy strikes. Now, we do not know the nature of these strikes. We don't know whether or not this was a drone strike, whether this was a munition that hit the oil refinery, or how much damage has been caused to the premises or even the main buildings of this oil refinery. But remember, Levant has been under attack amid the ongoing war. This is the third time that Levant has been struck since the beginning of this war on the 28th of February. Now, this also raises pertinent questions on whether or not there is a truce, and if there is one, is it existing on ground as well? Whatever Donald Trump has said about the bombing campaign being stopped for 2 weeks, for giving Iran the breather to reconsider a truce and to come to table with the United States,
right,
it is to be seen whether or not that is happening. Abhishek.
Right. Thank you so much, Gesu, for that update on the ongoing situation. In fact, even the UAE has reported that they have encountered 17 ballistic missiles and 35 drones, which means the after effects of the war continue, that it's not complete ceasefire, even as the United States perhaps has stopped lobbing all those bombs on the Iranians. And the Iran side continues to hit some targets selectively, and that seems to be happening in UAE and even Israel. Moving on, staying with the war coverage, and UK's Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer is headed to the Gulf to discuss the Strait of Hormuz reopening. Remember, Starmer had held a conference of 40 nations via video link last week and got everyone to focus on this aspect of opening of Hormuz, on which there was a UNSC resolution also last evening by Bahrain, vetoed of course by China and Russia. But Starmer would be traveling to Gulf on Wednesday, later in the day, to hold talks with regional leaders to try to ensure that the strait is open permanently after the ceasefire was announced last evening. And he has said in a statement that I welcome the ceasefire agreement reached overnight, which will bring a moment of relief to the region and the world, unquote. That's a statement that Starmer has released before his travel to the Gulf countries for a situation update on the ground. All right, moving on, staying with war breakings, this time from Iraq, which has reopened its airports and airspace. Iraq's Civilian Aviation Authority chief, banking Rekani has said that the country's airports and airspace have reopened following the ceasefire between the United States and Israel on one side and Iran on other. He made the announcement hours after the two-week cessation of hostilities mediated by many countries, including Pakistan, went into effect. Airspace and flights throughout the region have been disrupted by the war. Baghdad and Erbil's international airports were shattered, and the latter faced threats and attacks. Like everywhere else, the ravages of war have played havoc with economy, and in the case of Iraq, they are trying to be quickly on their feet by opening up their airspace for flights. All right, friends, to the nation which is most affected by the war, which is Iran. What's happening there on the ground in Tehran and other countries? Are people coming out to celebrate? Are they standing with the regime? Are there any elements or are they standing with the government? I stand corrected. And are there any elements who are not happy that the government in Tehran has got a breather? For that, let's have a look at this ground report from Iran.
After being on the receiving end of US and Israeli strikes for 40 days, a two-week peace plan is now in effect across Iran. However, hours after the ceasefire was made public, thousands of Iranians turned up on the streets of Tehran on Wednesday morning. They raised slogans in Farsi and Arabic. They shouted "Death to America," "Death to Israel," and "War until victory." They also raised placards while crowding Tehran for a protest, one of which read, "No compromise, no apology, battle with America." Iranians remain apprehensive and skeptical of the two-week peace deal. They demand a Security Council resolution.
قابل اعتماد نیست. قابل اعتماد نیست. تا قطعنامه نشه شورای امنیت تصویب نکنه و این خسارات واده نشه اصلا قابل اعتماد نیست. نه بنده نه ملت ایران این قبول نداره.
The protesters also burnt American and Israeli flags. The loud chants by the protesters sparked concerns even among the organizers, who tried to calm the protesters, but in vain. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres also welcomed the peace deal. He called on all parties to abide by the terms of the ceasefire in order to pave the way towards a lasting and comprehensive peace in the region.
Whoa.
After being bombarded for 40 days, Iranians get a two-week reprieve for life to return to normal.
All right, more breaking. So while people celebrate on the ground in Iran, some exchange of fire and exchange of hostilities continues to happen. We have seen reports of Iranian missiles reaching Israel, and now we have UAE Defense Ministry in a statement, the daily statement that they give, where they have said that UAE Air Defense Forces intercepted 17 ballistic missiles and 35 drones, and giving a total of what has happened over the last 39 days. The statement says that the defense forces or air defenses have intercepted 537 ballistic missiles, 26 cruise missiles, and over 2,200 drones over the last 40 days of the war. That's a statement coming in from the United Arab Emirates Defense Ministry. More breakings from UAE. We cross the Gulf, go to Iran, where there is a statement coming in from IRGC. Let's break that statement. IRGC, what they have said. IRGC has warned that they are ready for any response if the enemy makes any further miscalculations. So a lot of posturing, a lot of grandstanding there happening. despite the ceasefire. IRGC obviously in no mood to relent and has warned that they are ready for any response, which means this is sort of a warning that despite the ceasefire, if any misadventure happens, they would hit back. And a proof of which obviously is the kind of exchange of fire that has happened over the last night between both the sides. Not the Americans holding their fire, but Israelis and Iranians still having a go at each other. All right, more breaking, moving on one to another, keeping it fast-paced. Another breaking connected with IRGC, which is that they have launched 100th wave of attacks against Israeli targets, ranging from the Mediterranean to the east of the Hejaz Peninsula. Iran says that they are going to continue to make specific attacks on specific targets even after the ceasefire, because they believe that Israel has not agreed to a ceasefire and they should continue to engage with them on a military basis. That seems to be the case. Coming out of these breakings from all over Middle East or West Asia. And all right, with that we come to an end of this bulletin and short break, and on the other side we continue with our coverage of the Gulf crisis. What happens next after the ceasefire that was announced by President Trump?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, we're getting a big statement from US President Donald Trump regarding the ceasefire with Iran and also uranium enrichment. Now, in the latest statement, he says we will closely work with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. He goes on to say there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States, while working with Iran, will dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. Now, that's a big statement coming in from Donald Trump, who admits that there will be no enrichment of uranium from Iran's side. The US will, while working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. Now, he also goes on to say it is now and has been very exacting satellite surveillance. Nothing has been touched from the date of the attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief as well with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. Thank you for your attention. Now, that's the statement coming in from President Trump as we're looking at a ceasefire already coming into effect. My colleague Gesu also now joins me with more details on this. Gesu, big statement by Donald Trump. He says we'll be working with Iran closely, and in fact there will be no enrichment of uranium. Walk us through the latest details we're picking up.
Definitely, Ishita. You know how the message starts where he says that he is closely, in fact, working with Iran is almost in tandem with him saying that there is going to be a 2-week pause in the fighting and the bombing that the US has been conducting on Iran, so Tehran can get a breather and reconsider the truce deal that's been put on the table by the United States. But now remember, he also says that there will be no uranium enrichment. But this is in complete contradiction with the 10-point plan that Iran has tabled in front of the United States, and they've remained very clear that in case these 10 points are not taken into consideration by the United States, one of which, an important leading point, is to let Iran continue its uranium enrichment program. In case that is not agreed to, there will be no ceasefire at all. But now President Trump keeps on saying, he goes on to say that, you know, uranium enrichment will not be a part of the plan at all, and that he has taken a look at the 10-point plan, the 15-point plan, in fact, that has been sent in by Iran. And he says, in fact, just earlier today, he also said that, you know, some points that were contentious, which also means the uranium enrichment, he said that a deal was reached on that. However, no statement from Iran. They continue to maintain that uranium enrichment will happen. Another very important point that comes out from US President's current statement is that he says that their nuclear facilities, Iranian nuclear facilities, are being watched very heavily. They are keeping an eye on them like a hawk, and satellites and Space Force is being utilized to take a look and to keep an eye on the underground nuclear development programs that are ongoing in Iran. This also messages further that he's saying that Iran will not be able to now develop their nuclear or uranium facilities. A key takeaway, talking about uranium and their nuclear program, both of which have made the top spot in their 10-point peace plan. Ishita.
And the fact that we are still on where we were when we started, because these points stand in complete contradiction to what US and Iran, in fact, have been discussing. Iran has put up its 10-point plan, which is in complete contradiction. Now, we've got another tweet coming to light by Donald Trump. Let me walk our viewers through it. He says a country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on any and all the goods which are being sold to the US, 50% effective. Now, he's trying to weaponize again the tariff threat, and he says that any country that's now supplying military weapons to Iran will, in fact, face 50% tariffs, immediate effective. Give us more details on this, Gesu.
Right, Ishita. In fact, that is one detail that he's, been talking about. He says that additional tariffs will now be levied on nations that are helping Iran, that are helping Iran's uranium enrichment, their nuclear development programs, and are also helping them in the ongoing aggression that has now reached a pause as per the United States President Donald Trump. However, he's now threatened that they will levy additional taxes and tariffs on countries that are helping Iran. Now, this comes as US President Donald Trump also made it very clear that no taxes can be levied on the shipments, the vessels that are passing through or transiting the Strait of Hormuz. But remember, Iran continues to levy taxes on these very vessels. In fact, there have been expert opinions where people have said, analysts have said that through this war, Trump has only gone to make Iran even more powerful. And now Iran gets an opportunity to levy taxes, heavy taxes in the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
that will also make them control the contentious strait a lot more than they could before the war began. And now Trump retaliates. He says that any and every country that's helping Iran out will be taxed heavily by the United States. Now remember, in between a truce, that is a pause, that is a period for talks to be able to happen. In that period, he now threatens Iranian partner countries. And very interesting to also note, this comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu maintains that Lebanon, Hezbollah proxies who've been supporting Iran in the ongoing West Asia escalations, the Prime Minister of Israel said that they are not a part of the truce and that Israeli defense forces will continue to batter them. And now Trump goes on to say he did not give any statement on Lebanon, but now he says that all the countries that are helping Iran in the ongoing aggression will be taxed heavily by the United States.
Right, based on the fact that Donald Trump does not mention any name when he talks about countries which are supplying military weapons. Now, this could be Russia, because we have seen the reports supplying Russia supplying military tech, advanced drone technology to Iran. This could be China as well, which is giving a logistical support in terms of intel coming in to target U.S. locations. But we do not know which country is this right now, because Donald Trump, in fact, has not specified. And let me quote it for our viewers again. He goes on to say a country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on any and all the goods that are coming to the United States, 50% effective immediately. So essentially, US is now slapping 50% tariff on a country that's supplying military weapons, that's aiding Iran's war efforts against US and Israel. 50% tariffs coming into effect, but US Trump essentially stops short of naming the country, but he says the country will in fact face 50% tariff. Yesu.
In fact, there is no doubt, there are no doubts on the fact that this is a war essentially that centers oil, that puts oil in the center of the entire escalation. Now, also very important to understand that despite the Strait of Hormuz, the Caspian Sea, which is a landlocked area between Russia and between Iran, was being used by Russia to export its crude through Iranian channels to the rest of the world. So on one hand, US President Donald Trump now lifts the sanctions on Russian crude amid the ongoing war. But US has also continuously struck and destroyed various oil export terminals of Iran, especially on the Karg Island, their eastern and western oil export terminals, further cutting down the Russian oil export demand that goes through the Caspian Sea, a landlocked area, the only one possibly in the global waters that the US Navy is not able to man or guard because it is landlocked and lies between Russia and Iran. So yes, you did say that Russia, would probably come under these sanctions. China would probably come under these sanctions. Now, also to remember, he's campaigned against Japan as well. So Japan could also be one of the countries that we're looking at when he says 50% additional tax for the countries. Now, this comes over and top of the tariffs that he's already placed on a lot of countries. Now, remember, Ishita, he's saying that on one hand, there is going to be a truce. In fact, Israel says that Lebanon has not been mentioned. So we will continue hitting Hezbollah targets and prevent any terror strikes against Israel. US does not make a statement on that, but goes on to say that they will levy taxes on the countries that are supporting Iran. This can very well also include Lebanon, since very important to remember, countries like Yemen, Lebanon, Houthi rebels and Hezbollah proxies have been standing shoulder to shoulder with the Iranian regime, the IRGC, their military, in the aggression against the United States and Israel. Ishita, back to you.
All right, Gesu, do continue to stay with us. I'll come back to you, but we're getting some breaking news developments at this hour. Now, Donald Trump says he will be closely working with Iran. He says he will be digging up all the buried uranium that's inside Iran. In fact, there will be no uranium enrichment, he goes on to add, while saying that there is a regime change that's taken place in the country, and he in fact will be removing all the nuclear dust. He also goes on to say he will now discuss tariffs and sanctions relief with Iran. Now, Iran, viewers, remains one of the most heavily sanctioned regime in the country. It has asked for the UN sanctions to go. But we are looking at Donald Trump now making big statement, giving out certain details of the agreement that's still in the works between Iran and the US. Now, Donald Trump clearly saying that there will be no enrichment of uranium. This stands in complete contradiction to what Iran has been demanding in its 10 10-point proposal, which in fact Donald Trump also said was workable earlier. Now, on the other front, Donald Trump has also given out details regarding a country that's now supplying military weapons. He says that country will be facing 50% tariffs effective immediately. So now this could be China, this could be Russia. If in case it is China, we could be seeing at an escalation of tariff war as well, because this is 50% being slapped on the country effective immediately. A country that's supplying military weapons to Iran. That's the statement coming in from Donald Trump. Now, Gesu continues to stay with me. Gesu, you know, there was a slogan that emerged from the Chinese civil war that talked about talk, talk, talk and fight, fight, fight. So this is something Donald Trump also seems to be applying. He's talking, an agreement is right now in the works, but at the same time, he is not stopping short of issuing threats.
Definitely, Ishita. And in fact, the question first begins with how true this truce in fact is, or is it just a facade? Because oil refineries have been struck in the Lebanon island inside Iran. So not really. Whatever he said about the truce, that is yet to in fact show its fruitfulness on the ground, on the battlefield, as it remains hot. The borders in Gulf remain hot. UAE, Kuwait, in fact, Bahrain have been struck by Iranian retaliatory strikes since this morning post the announcement of the truce. So we're yet to see whether or not that truce actually cripples down into a reality. In fact, Trump also said that, you know, he has had conversations with Iran. There is a complete regime change that has occurred in Iran. He in fact also says that they are closely working with the new Iranian regime that is more reasonable, far more reasonable than the old one. And he says that those talks are on, and all the 10 points that have been floated by Iran.
Right, Gesu, sorry to interrupt you there. Come back to you, but we're also being joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi on the broadcast. Major General, there's a big statement made by Donald Trump just right now, and he says that there's been a regime change in Iran, and we will be working closely with that regime to ensure that there is no uranium enrichment. Now, this is in complete contrast to what Iran has put forward in its 10-point proposal. How do you read this latest statement, sir?
I don't know whether Donald Trump is totally delusional or partially delusional. I haven't seen, or we haven't, the world hasn't heard of any regime change in Iran. The only regime change that we heard of was that the Ayatollah was murdered, his family was murdered, his son, who's far more radical, has taken over. So I don't know which regime change he's talking about. And he's going to sanction that country, this country. I thought the Supreme Court had taken away his powers of tariffs.
Right, sir. And he also goes on to say that there will be no uranium enrichment in Iran, something that Iran has certainly not agreed to. It is a part of their 10-point proposal. They want to retain their right to enrichment. But Donald Trump says there will be no enrichment. So how do you read these contrasting statements coming in from both the sides?
Look, the simple fact is that they have 2 weeks to negotiate. And I suppose all of these will be worked out at that time, because Iran said that they will insist on the right to enrich to 3%, which is given by the IAEA, by the NPT, etc., for their civilian nuclear programs. They have said they are damned if they are going to give that up. They might hand over their uranium. They had agreed to hand over their uranium to the IAEA even in 27th February. I really don't understand what this whole war was fought for. But if at the end you are going to give Iran the power to tax all shipping through the Gulf of Hormuz, that's an improvement. Because, you know, as Professor Robert Pape says, America would have gotten a much better deal on 27th of February as per the talks that had taken place earlier, and the foreign minister of Oman had midwifed those talks. And he said we had come to a conclusion that they would hand over this thing. The whole deal was struck and done and, you know, tied and dusted. And then they attacked because the whole talks were a charade. I hope these talks are also not a charade, because Israel has said it's not under command of the United States and it will do exactly as it wishes. So it will continue to attack in Lebanon. And I'm not sure what that does to the ceasefire. So we'll have to wait and watch.
Right, of course.
But I really think that Donald Trump made a very sensible decision to cut his losses and even now listen to his own people and to the people of the world whose economy he has caused grievous harm by this ill-thought-through, mad, illogical caper.
Right, Major General, I agree with you. You know, all of us, in fact, are struggling with this question to understand what exactly U.S. was trying to gain out of this war. Why did this, you know, as you call it, a war of choice that was thrusted upon Iran? But I want to ask you, we've got some latest news about Trump saying that there's a country that's been supplying military weapons to Iran that will now be slapped with 50% tariff effective immediately. How do you read this statement, and which country do you think Donald Trump could be talking about? Because he's not named any country. He just says a country that's supplying military weapons to Iran will be now slapped with 50% tariff.
As far as the OSINT sources are concerned, the countries that were supplying weapons to Iran were China and Russia.
Right.
So I'm not sure whether he is going to slap tariffs on China and Russia now. He'd already slapped heavy tariffs on China earlier, only to walk back because China will simply, has told him, you put tariffs, no rare earth. And to make more Patriot missiles, THAAD missiles, precision-guided munitions, you need rare earth, sir.
Right, Major General. And also, sir, my another question to you is the question about whether the peace will hold, whether this is, you know, because it is looking at very fragile at this moment. Despite the ceasefire coming into effect, we're looking at Gulf countries still coming under attack, from United Arab Emirates to Bahrain to even Kuwait. All of these countries have reported attacks, reported Iranian missiles coming into their country even after ceasefire was announced.
Look, normally a ceasefire takes 2 to 3 days by the time the orders reach down to the last combatant commanders.
Okay.
So even in, if you recall in Op Sindoor,
yes, sir,
the ceasefire had been announced, but it had taken 2-3 days before it was really, you know, people were able to enforce orders down on the ground. So we'll have to give that much time.
Okay.
But here we have a complication. Here we have Israel. And Israel says like hell. Donald Trump tweeted that I and my partner nations, etc., he was speaking on behalf of all the Gulf nations. He was speaking on behalf of Israel as the leader of the coalition, etc., of the willing. But I'm not sure if Israel is really placing itself under command Donald Trump, and whether they will listen to Donald Trump or obey his orders and instructions. That remains to be seen.
All right, so it will be a wait and a watch strategy on that point. Thank you, Major General, for joining us on Republic. And as always, it's a pleasure to speak to you and get your analysis on the latest developments. And now, viewers, moving on to what exactly Donald Trump has said in its latest tweets. Let me give you the details of what the U.S. president is now saying. Now, he goes on to say a country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on any and all the goods they are sending to the United States, about 50% effective immediately. So he's slapping 50% tariff on any country that's now supplying military weapons. So essentially aiding Iran's war efforts against the US and Israel will now be slapped with a 50% tariff. That's the major tweet. He does not mention which country is this. Is it Russia? Is it China? Or any other country? He does not mention that, but he says the country will be slapped, in fact, with 50% tariff. Now, that's the latest we are picking up regarding Donald Trump's tweet of slapping 50% tariff. Now, to decode this further, I'm being joined by retired Major General Shashi Asthana. He's a defense expert. Major General, thanks so much for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, sir, despite the truce being announced, we are looking at more and more developments now coming to light. More details are coming in regarding the agreement. First, Donald Trump goes on to say that he's closely working with a changed regime in Iran and there will be no uranium enrichment. Now, this is in complete contradiction to what Iran has proposed in its 10-point proposal. And then he goes on to add that a country that's now supplying military weapons to Iran will be slapped with 50% tariffs. So how do you read these details that are now emerging about the agreement?
See, Trump wanted a face saver, and that's why he has gone in for this kind of withdrawal from the statement of or rhetoric statement of finishing off the civilization and things like that. But then the demands of Iran and demands of US, if you see, they are at very great variance, and therefore it will be quite a Herculean task for them to get together and work together for a longer peace. So ceasefire is all right, but it's not all. It doesn't mean that it is the end of war. Also, the problem with President Trump is that after this, he has got a fair amount of, shall I say, discredit from Democrats, because Democrats are questioning him that whatever now you have achieved is much lesser than what we had achieved in JCPOA, that is the old Iran deal. And after spending so much of capital, so much of undergoing a war and everything, and still you are giving much better deal to Iran than to United States. So he is again a disturbed. A disturbed leader now, who actually doesn't know what to do, and therefore, in his rhetoric as well as in his, shall I say, exuberance, he is tweeting out things like that. As far as weapon capability, weapon supply to Iran is concerned, I don't think other than Russia and maybe China in some form of the raw materials, I don't think anybody else is supplying to them. And maybe Korea, he may be trying to deter them, or North Korea, which is already sanctioned. So I don't think anybody is going to buy that much, because Russia is already sanctioned. China doesn't bother, because beyond a point, there is a tit-for-tat reaction by China on everything. So I don't think this tweet has got any meaning for anybody. As far as we are concerned, India, we are not supplying anything, any weapon material or weapons to Iran by any stretch of imagination.
Right, of course. Major General, that's clear now as far as the country with supplying military weapons to Iran is concerned. It's either China or, in fact, Russia. But if you look at the larger picture, sir, right now, Trump's 15-point proposal and Iran's 10-point proposal, they stand in complete contradiction to each other. It will be very difficult, it seems, for both the parties to reconcile. So do you think this fragile peace in West Asia, do you think it will hold for 2 weeks, or are we looking at going back to escalations?
See, there are many spoilers in this. It could hold on for 2 weeks. It may not hold on for 2 weeks, because the first spoiler is Israel itself, because Israel is inside Lebanon. It has not finished war with Hezbollah, and his engagement with Hezbollah can escalate anytime.
Right,
So
and it is an
spoiler.
Iranian proxy at the end of the day.
Yeah. So that is, and obviously they are striking, and if Israel strikes Iran, Iran is also going to retaliate. So this is one spoiler. The second spoiler is the dissimilarity in the demands of both the sides. Similarly, the narrative of both the sides is also different. Trump has tweeted to say that it is an unconditional opening of Strait of Hormuz, whereas Iran is saying that Strait of Hormuz will be open for these 2 weeks, but ships will move in consultation with the Iranian authorities. So in every clause, you will find there are two versions coming out. So I think unless they sit down together and narrow down these differences, we will not know the trajectory of this so-called ceasefire for 15 days, which has been announced. But notwithstanding that, I think the markets have done well, and maybe some kind of crude and gas flow will start, which would be a good breather for the rest of the world.
All right, so on that point, the reports coming out that there could be in-person talks in Islamabad. We could have Vice President J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, and of course Steve Witkoff now traveling to Islamabad to meet the Iranian delegation in person. Do you see that happening?
I think some kind of talks will certainly be there. Whether Iranian leader and J.D. Vance will move, or there will be some lower officials, that is Witkoff and Kushner and others, moving, and then the second rung or the top leadership moving later. Maybe it may be two stage, it may be one stage, but yes, I believe that some talks will certainly move.
All right, so last question before I let you go. Now, Iran has a leverage over Strait of Hormuz. After this war, it understands that this is the key to world's global oil supplies, and it can, at will, choke that economic corridor. So do you think, right after this conflict, as we emerge or trying to emerge out of this, we are looking at Iran with much more control over the region, over the oil supplies?
Certainly, Iran has come out stronger in this whole 30-40 days in a manner that if you look at what Iran was demanding before the war, their demands after the war, or shall I say at this stage, are much stronger than what they were before the war. So therefore, I think Iran itself feels that they are in a stronger position vis-a-vis, despite having suffered a fair amount of degradation. But they still feel that they are in a better bargaining position,
right,
because geography is on their side and they have utilized geography to their advantage.
All right, Major General Shashi Asthana, thanks so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to speak to you, sir, and get your inputs. All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, Trump says will be closely working with a new regime in Iran to ensure that there is no uranium enrichment, while goes on to say a country supplying military weapons to Tehran will now be sanctioned 50% tariffs. We'll get you all the updates on those latest tweets by Trump on the other side.
Where is he? 4 घंटे से वेट कर रही हूँ उसका. कहाँ है वो?
अब भी गया.
Let's continue with the shirt.
Sure. बंदे को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. बोलो आप क्या बनवाओगे? Linen by Arvind.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट. स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of
Hello ladies. आपके लिए है ये कंफर्टेबल सोफा, गर्मा गर्म चाय और वाईफाई। आराम फरमाइए, क्योंकि हमारा लेटेस्ट लिनन फैब्रिक कलेक्शन है ही ऐसा। वो क्या है ना, इन्हें देखने में और दिखाने में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। बंदों को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है। लिनन बाय अरविंद।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there
Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for West Asia. Israeli opposition leader criticizes deal, terms it a political disaster. As 2-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Nations across the world welcome the 2-week temporary ceasefire deal on Iran. Pakistan's role in peace deal between US and Iran emerges as Islamabad is set to hold a high-level meeting. Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development. The United States' President Donald Trump has said that the US will work closely with Iran, which they have determined has gone through what will be a productive regime change. Now, a statement that's put forward by the US President Donald Trump, where he says that regime change has for sure happened in Iran. He, in fact, also hints that the US authorities are working closely with the new, more reasonable Iranian regime. In fact, he also goes on to say that there will be no enrichment of uranium, one of the most contentious flashpoints amid the ongoing war between the United States and Iran, their nuclear development, their uranium enrichment. And now Trump says that Iran will not see any enrichment of uranium from this point onwards, and that United States will continue working with Iran and will also dig up and remove all of their deeply buried nuclear program developments. That's what US President Donald Trump says. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is a senior economist, Mr. PK Basu, to get us more details on the matter. Now, Mr. Basu, welcome to Republic's broadcast. I want to understand from you first, Trump on one hand says that talks are ongoing with Iran. On the other hand, he says that despite the truce, the countries that are providing military support to Iran will be taxed about 50% from immediate effect from this point onwards. Your first comments on this?
Well, I think this really applies only to countries that have been providing military assistance to Iran, and that basically boils down to one country, China. and perhaps Russia. So there will be additional tariffs imposed. I think we have a truce in place now. There are a number of things that Trump is talking about. Among others, he has also said that he's going to be working with the new regime in Iran to remove all stockpiles or rubble from the
Mr. Basu, also requesting you to hold your thought there. We will continue the conversation, but US's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, viewers, is now the truce that has been...
Chance of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective, on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into Fantasyland. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left, buried in bunkers, is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure. Targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes. but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council Secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead. The IRGC Navy Commander, no longer here. The IRGC Intel Chief, dead. I skipped over a bunch, and I could go on and on and on, to include the new, so-called new Supreme Leader, wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and downed 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country, boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country, boots on the ground. 0 American casualties. The Iranians humiliated and demoralized. We control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of Epic Fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes. Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence. A massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. I want to start this morning by honoring the 13 members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful for each of them, and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish three distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready, if ordered or called upon, to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command of Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again. And I want to thank my team at the Joint Staff, who work literally around the clock in order to help me offer the options that I must with the associated risks to the Secretary and to the President. They are the hardest working people that I know, and I am deeply grateful for their service. Most importantly today, I want to thank America's members of the Joint Force who've poured everything that they can into Operation Epic Fury, and their families who've worked 24 hours a day for 38 days. The Secretary and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. And we deeply appreciate the support of the American people, who we know always have us in our thoughts and prayers. And we can feel this literally every single day. As the Secretary said, the United States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000 more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our Joint Force. CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems, striking more than 1,500 air defense targets, more than 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, 800 one-way attack drones storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. We've devastated Iran's command and control and logistical networks, destroying more than 2,000 command and control nodes and degrading their ability to target U.S. and friendly forces. It is, and we know this, incredibly frustrating right now to be a lower level Iranian commander trying to fight your fight. As the Secretary said, the Iranian Navy now lies mostly at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf, and we assess that we've sunk more than 90% of their regular fleet, including all of the major surface combatants, as the Secretary said. 150 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and half of the IRGC Navy's small attack boats. Joint fires projected from the land, sea, and air executed more than 700 strikes against naval mine targets, and we had assessed that we destroyed more than 95% of their naval mines. And perhaps most importantly, we've destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, their ability to reconstitute those capabilities for years to come. We attacked, along with our partners, approximately 90% of their weapons factories. Every factory that produced Shahed one-way attack drones was struck. Every factory that produces the guidance systems that go into those drones was struck. Their missile defense industrial base is shattered, with more than 80% of their missile facilities gone, as well as their solid rocket motor production capability. It will take years for Iran to rebuild any major surface combatants, as more than 20 naval production and fabrication facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and nearly 80% of Iran's nuclear industrial base was hit, further degrading their attempts to attain a nuclear weapon. Throughout Operation Epic Fury, our joint force struck at the heart of Iran's ability to project power and threaten the United States and the region. And in order to do this, it required the service and sacrifice of more than 50,000 American warfighters deployed across CENTCOM, EUCOM, and stateside. The joint force flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the United States to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of these missions was more than 30 hours in duration, and we did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. And it's a testament to the logistical force that quietly serves behind them. I cannot thank TRANSCOM and the Air Force Tanker and Mobility Force more. Combined with Army and Navy joint fires, we struck more than 13,000 targets. And along with our Gulf partners, we've thus far intercepted 1,700 ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones, defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population. And we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee, 2 million energy drinks, and a lot of nicotine, but I am not saying that we have a problem. I've laid out the statistics, but it does not truly capture the nature of combat. This is gritty and unforgiving business. It's chaotic, it's hot, it's dark, it's unpredictable, and there's always unknowns. And our people proudly walked into those unknowns and continue forward. And through it all, the Joint Force has demonstrated the unwavering resolve that the nation demands of us. We are a mission-focused force, and our objectives always is to create the conditions for peace, and today we have, while be ready should that peace break, which we hope it is not. And we remain ready. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I also want to quickly revisit the rescue of the Air Force fighter crew over the weekend. To give you an update, we've had, the Secretary and I have had the profound honor of speaking directly with many of the warfighters on that mission, from the downed crew that were picked up to those forces that went and got them. Hearing these stories firsthand has only deepened our appreciation for their tenacity, creativity, courage, and grit of the American Joint Force. This is a story that gets to the very heart and soul of who we are as a joint force, who we are as Americans. Selfless sacrifice in service of others. From the backseater, Dude 44 Bravo, whose pure and unadulterated joy at seeing those helicopters come into the valley to get his front seater in daylight because he knew the front seater did not have a jacket and was so filled with heart-leaping joy at his front seater getting picked up, to the nighttime folks that went in and then got him, to the tanker forces that did the things that they had to do to give their own gas away, to the support packages, to those that went into the desert landing site not once, not twice, but 3 times as we fought through multiple contingencies. This was and is a joint force that has the guts to try, that does not quit, and who each and every day does the things that we must to dare to win. No lives were lost. We succeeded because the joint force is always at the ready. They trust each other, they trust their leaders, and they trust their training. And they remember first, foremost, and always that we do these things so that others may live, and we will never leave anyone behind. The success of Operation Fury thus far, and we hope it remains, culminates with this incredible rescue over the weekend, a direct example of the professionalism and courage of the United States military and our joint force. It's the service members on the front lines, our partners in the region, our teammates in the intelligence community, our civilian leaders in the OSW side of the house, the American workers who build the tools and weapons that we use, and the American people who back us up that help us to go do these things. I stand here humbled today, but frankly not surprised by what the Joint Force has been able to do. Their performance is fueled by a deep commitment to each other, their mission, and to our country. It is an incredible, deep honor for me to be a part of this joint force, and I'm humbled by the service and sacrifice each and every day that I am lucky enough to see. And finally, as I always do, I ask that we never forget our fallen and their families, especially those 13 fallen from Operation Epic Fury. May we always be worthy of their sacrifice and honor their legacy. And with that, sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a few questions.
Alexander Ingersoll, One America News. First of all, thank you to our troops. What role is our military playing in escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz at this point? And the president said on Truce Social that the U.S. will be hanging around to make sure everything goes well. Obviously, Mr. Secretary, you just mentioned, we know the scars from hanging around in Iraq for decades. But what does that entail in terms of our military presence at this juncture?
Yeah, we'll be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with this ceasefire and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. So we'll stay put, stay ready, stay vigilant, as the chairman laid out. Our troops are prepared to defend, prepared to go on offense, prepared to restart at a moment's notice with whatever target package would be needed in order to ensure that Iran complies. As far as the Strait, you saw the initial agreement that was struck, which is Iran's letting ships go through. So they'll be that will be happening. They will be sailing, and ultimately, as the president, I mean, we've done an incredible job militarily inside the Strait of Hormuz. What Admiral Cooper, I failed to mention Admiral Cooper's name. He's done a phenomenal job along with everybody at AFCENT and ABCENT and ARCENT and all the components down there, laying the groundwork for Iran. Iran doesn't have the same ability to defend it the way they did before, and so as the president has pointed out to the rest of the world, we barely get any of our energy out of the Strait. Just a tiny fraction. It's time for the rest of the world to step up and ensure that that stays open after President Trump and the War Department brought Iran to the place where they are voluntarily opening it right now, as was announced last night. Yes, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you both for the update. President Trump posted on Truce Social this morning that there has been a very productive regime change in Iran, and that there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the U.S. will work with Iran to dig up and remove the deeply buried nuclear dust. So I just have two questions here. So both you, Mr. Secretary, and the President have referred to a new regime in Iran. So is this not the regime that was at war with us for 47 years? And what do we think of when we're saying that this is a new regime? What are we thinking and what are we saying there? And then my second question is, with any future deal with Iran, is their handing over of all of their enriched uranium and they're promising not to enrich any future uranium a non-negotiable for the U.S.?
Well, it's always been non-negotiable that they won't have nuclear capabilities. And so right now it's buried and we're watching it. We know exactly what they have, and they know that. And they will either give it to us, which the President has laid out. They'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it out. Or if we have to do something else ourselves, like we did in Midnight Hammer or something like that, we reserve that opportunity. But what's clear, what the new Iranian regime knows, is they'll never have a nuclear weapon or the capability to get a path to one. As far as the new regime, you heard the list that I read. It's a new group of people who've seen the full capability of the United States military and has a new calculus about what it means to negotiate with us, hence why they came to the table wanting a ceasefire and the shooting to stop. So this new regime, which the regime has been changed, has a different interaction with the U.S. Right here.
Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Of course. I was going in front right here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and General Kane. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. 2 questions. Iran has said that safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible in coordination with Iran's armed forces and, quote, technical limitations. What do you believe that means? And then we've also heard reports that Iran has continued striking targets well into this morning. At what point are we beyond a grace period? Are we giving them a grace period? Is there a miscommunication there? What's going on with that?
What we know is that Iran is going to say a lot of things. A lot of people are going to say a lot of things, claim a lot of things. What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow. And that's what you saw the markets react to, is that reality. As far as shooting, that we were monitoring it last night in real time. Of course we are. Iran would be wise to find a way to get the carrier pigeon to their troops out in remote locations to know not to shoot any longer one-way attacks or missiles, because it takes time sometimes for ceasefires to take hold. We're watching it. We're prepared if necessary, but we hope and believe that it'll hold. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Why are you so rude? Just wait. I'm calling on people.
Thank you, Secretary Hudson. Yesterday in the President's Truth Social, he threatened to wipe out a civilization. That statement elicited a huge response in America. If Iran did not come to the table and make a deal yesterday by the deadline, was the President really prepared to wipe out Iran entirely?
Like I said, we had a target set, locked and loaded, of infrastructure, bridges, power plants. Remember, this is a terror regime, the military regime. Used all of these things for dual use to fund their military, to fund their terror campaigns. We had a lot of legitimate targets. They knew exactly the scope of what we were capable of. We hit some military targets on Karg, which is a bit of a signal. They can't defend it. And so Iran ultimately understood their ability, their future, to produce, to generate power, to fuel their terrorist regime was in our hands, was in President Trump's hands. That's why they came to the table. He ultimately said, we can take it all from you. Your ability to export energy will be taken away. And the United States military has the ability to strike those things with impunity. That type of threat is what brought them to the place where they effectively said, hey, okay, we want to cut this deal. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zia, Real America's Voice. During the ceasefire, what do we do when we see Iran rearming, regrouping, repositioning weapon systems and air defenses? And also, have we confirmed the specific model type of air defense or man pads that took down our F-15, and is it still a threat for our patrols?
We're still working through the specific details around that particular shoot down. And the crews, when they normally return, go through a debriefing process along with the other members of that flight that were out there. And they'll go back, as they always do, and forensically look at what are the tactical lessons learned. Did we sense or see something? Could we have done something different? We do that, as I mentioned in a prior press conference, every single time we take any loss like that, so that we become a quick learning organization. On the other part of your question around the movement of Iranian military forces, U.S. CENTCOM will continue to monitor that situation. They will continue to have a series of response options, and if need be, will come to the Secretary and to the President for guidance and be prepared to do the things that they're ordered to do so against valid military targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we have.
I would just note, it's a good question. The more Iran moves forces, the more they emplace forces, the more easily targetable they are for us right now. Remember, we're able to look, we're able to see, we're able to sense. We know so if they try to preposition, they're just creating riper military targets for us to strike should they make the wrong decision at the table. Right here.
Mr. Secretary, Louis Martinez with ABC News. First, a question to General Kane, sir. In your personal opinion, were the risks of the Strait of Hormuz being closed because of the conflict, were they mitigated early enough in part of the decision-making process to lead up to the decision to take action against Iran? And in your opinion, is Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz? We just heard the Secretary say that Iran is letting them ships through, which would imply that potentially it's not just. The Secretary also said that the U.S. That the strait is open. You did say that, sir. But in your opinion, sir, how can the U.S. ensure safe passage? And Mr. Secretary, can you say today that the United States achieved, the administration achieved the military goals that you've constantly delineated? But strategically, is that a victory because of that? And also, you said earlier that the president chose mercy. But you yourself had said 3 weeks ago that we will give no quarter to Iranian troops. How do you correlate those two? And do you think that your comments may have put American troops at risk?
No. I try to be nice up here, but you did listen to what I said, right? I laid out the objectives. We believe we've accomplished them, and it's a historic military victory. And President Trump has the option as the commander-in-chief to compel an adversary to the table, which is precisely what he did. And at the end, he chose to say, you know what, I'd rather talk to you at the table than obliterate your capability to export oil and fund your terror regime. So he did make that choice. That was his choice. He was a president of peace, and he's been willing to make those really tough calls that the American people elected him to do. Nothing we've done, not a single thing we've done. This is a typical, of course, it's ABC. Not a single thing we've done has put an American troop in more of a harm's way. We've only set our troops up to harm Iranian military capabilities, which they've done to devastating fashion and to great success. Mr. Chairman, you had a part of that
There's a
question.
lot in that question. I'd love to take that offline and answer it, but I'm struggling to find exactly what your question was, and that's probably me, not you. Okay, all right. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, it was an indictment framed as a question, so you're forgiven for not understanding. Go ahead, please.
Can I reframe it again, sir?
No,
Is-
you've had
is
your
the
chance.
Strait of
Go ahead, sir.
Hormuz open right now?
Thank you very much.
I believe so,
Mr.
based on the
Thank you very
diplomatic
much, Mr.
negotiation. So
Secretary.
I believe so.
It is
I
always
believe
nice
so.
to see
Yeah,
you.
sorry.
Mr. Kurd or Rahim Rashidi from Kurdistan. I am representative Kurdistan TV and Kurdistan 24 today. I have two questions. Mr. Secretary, will your forces stay in the region and continue to defend and protect your allies and take the responsibility for their security? Second question is, as you mentioned many times, that you have full control of Iran airspace. Do you still have this control or not?
Well, thank you for the question. The chairman mentioned the UAE and Bahrain and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially in defense of our facilities, of our people, of their facilities, and we appreciate that. So that coordination, of course, will continue. And then when it comes to the skies over Iran, I would point to Exhibit A and Exhibit B, 7 hours in the day, 7 hours at night. If any foreign adversary had attempted to do the same over our soil, they would have no ability to do so. Will they have a system here or there? Maybe. Do they have a network, a system that's capable of defending their skies? No, they don't. It's, as the chairman laid out, that's been dismantled, degraded, and destroyed. So it's a slight distinction, but an important one. Yes, right here. Go ahead.
General George in the middle of a war.
Excuse me, you got a question? Go ahead.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. 2 questions actually for you. So during this time, is the president are you still encouraging civilians to rise up against the Iranian regime, or are they satisfied with this new regime change, or is this two-week period to kind of see where that leads? Also, talked about the enriched uranium going in there. Would that require special forces or other military, our service members? Who would be basically going in there and trusted to going in there to get that uranium out?
Mm-hmm. Again, on the uranium, we're watching it. We know what they have, and they will give it up, and we'll get it, and we'll take it. If we have to, we can do it in any means necessary. So that's something the president is going to solve for. We already have Midnight Hammer with the place we put them in, and the reason it's in the situation where it is. The second one was about the people. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. They have been oppressed by the previous regime, and they'll have a new opportunity with this regime. That remains to be seen. That was not our objective in this effort, but they're brave people. Horrible things have been done to them by the previous regime. Tens of thousands targeted and killed and assassinated in a way the government never should. And we wish them the best, absolutely. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
The last war briefing, perhaps, of Operation Epic Fury. We don't know whether this war will continue, but they indicated that this could be perhaps one of the last times that they speak to the media on the war in Iran. That's Pete Hegseth, the U.S. War Secretary, and the U.S. Chief of Staff there. Okay, let's get you the big news point this evening. They claim that there is a ceasefire, but as we speak, there are attacks taking place in Lebanon, attacks reported in Bahrain, attacks reported in Kuwait. There has been a strike even on Iran's oil refinery. Is there really a ceasefire? Now, we had a special interview a few minutes back. We're going across to that when the Iran Supreme Leader's envoy to India spoke to Republic on the ceasefire while telling us that they feel, that is the Iranian view, is that America had surrendered. Here's that interview.
A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Elahi, and thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. My first question to you is, ceasefire finally, peace prevailing. How enduring you think this peace is going to be?
Thank you very much for having me. First, I would like to congratulate all free people, all wise people, and also all peace people and who are looking for the peace, for peacekeeper. And also I would like to express my sincere thanks to our brothers and sisters in India. They supported us, spirituality. They came and they offered their condolences, their sympathy, their solidarity, and especially my thank goes to the media of India. As you know, from the beginning, we didn't want this war, and this war was unaccepted by us. They initiated this war against us while we were in the table of negotiation and they started this war against our civilians. Then we started on them, and they started this war by some aims, and which they mentioned it. They wanted to bring, as they mentioned, regime change within 3 days. And also they said after the war, the map of Iran will be changed Finally, they said the civilization of Iran, which is 7,000 years civilization, it will finish and fresh. But finally, they surrendered themselves to Iran. They wanted unconditional surrender, but they surrendered themselves to Iran. And we hope that this ceasefire and also stopping of this war will continue, and all countries and all nations and people benefit from peace in this region, especially in Persian Gulf.
Right. Dr. Elahi, do you really trust the Americans right now? What really happened? Could you tell us? Because till about late last evening, President Trump had threatened that entire civilization will be wiped out. So what really changed? Around 4 o'clock this morning is when that first post was put out that a ceasefire is there. Do the Iranians really believe that it's happening, or do you believe this is an attempt being made by the Americans to regroup and perhaps carry out an attack at a later stage?
Actually, as you know, there is no trust between us and United States of America, because several times we started negotiating them, and unfortunately, while we were negotiating, they attacked us, they targeted us. Then there is no trust. But because we don't want other countries to be suffered and harmed by this war, we said that by our conditions, and it will be based for negotiation. We started to negotiate with them, and for 2 weeks we forced them to accept ceasefire, and we are going to negotiate. Then we would like the world leaders to come together, and they don't allow again this war be initiated against any other country.
Dr. Elahi, could you tell us what really happened? Was there any communication between Iran and United States of America after the threatening message that was put by Donald Trump, or was there some sort of mediation that was basically done by Pakistan?
Actually, there wasn't any direct communication between Iran and United States, but Iran could send a message to the United States that if they target Iran, of Iran and historical and mosques and some other places, Iran also will create resurrection, and the time will be completely different from the before. Up to now, we kept ourselves. We didn't target the civilians. We didn't target the hospitals. We didn't target the universities. But if they want to start this game, so we are ready to defend ourselves by everything. So they got their lessons, they got the message, and they decided to stop the war because it was against them.
Okay, Ishita wants to have a question. Go ahead.
Right, of course. Dr. Elahi, I want to ask you, you're saying that US surrendered to Iran, but Iran was also adamant that it will not agree to anything temporary. It wants a permanent end. So what transpired in those last hours before the deadline that Iran agreed to a conditional 2-week ceasefire?
Yes, 2 weeks before the negotiating, Iran says if we want to have permanent ceasefire, we should be sure that they are not going to attack us. So this needs negotiation, and we will start negotiation with them. And we hope that on the international law, international organization, we will achieve such aim and such thing which we want.
Dr. Elahi, could you help us understand what was the role that Pakistan played? Because as I understand, there hasn't been any direct talks between Iran and United States of America. It seems that some messages, or more like the role of a postman, was played by Pakistan.
There are some countries, when they understood that this conflict will affect a lot of other countries, they come together and they started negotiating and talking to both sides, then achieve the ceasefire.
Okay, Ambassador Elahi, and what you're suggesting is that many countries mediated, and Pakistan was one of them. But my question is, howsoever tenuous the peace, the ceasefire has happened. The question is, what happens next? How is Iran going to rebuild from here? Where are you going to get the money from? Have the negotiations included talks of reparations of war and reconstruction?
Actually, one condition is that they have to pay for the damaging of Iran. They have to pay for that, and they have to pay, and will force them to pay for that.
Dr. Elahi, what is it that the Americans have agreed? Because there is a bit of a confusion about control over Strait of Hormuz. Is Hormuz now being completely controlled by the Iranians, and there is a fee that vessels will have to pay if they cross through Strait of Hormuz? And has America agreed to that?
Please, this is not American state. American is 5'7", more than 7,000 miles far from this strait. How they want to come and control this strait? Who is agree with that one? We are living in this region. We are the people of this region, and we are the one who has to take this peace in this region. And as you know, the Strait of Hormuz was open before this war. No one was complaining against any problem in this strait. But now, due to the war, a lot of people in different countries got a lot of problems and crises within themselves due to the war. Now, after this war, the state will go back as it was.
Okay, Ambassador Elahi, what is your assessment of the kind of damage, destruction that has happened in this 40-day war? It's a huge one, must be a huge one. What's your assessment? How long before Iran is back on its feet?
Yes, actually, let me correct something. I'm not ambassador.
Sorry, special envoy
yes.
for the spiritual leader.
Yes, sorry. Yes, yes, it was a huge damage, especially more than 30,000 houses were damaged. A lot of hospitals were damaged, a lot of universities, and one of the very advanced university in Iran was damaged, and the Pasteur institution, which is established 1920, was damaged, and a lot of other bridge and also malls were damaged. There's big damage, and we hope that we could build it again. And also the enemies who the starters of this war, they will pay for that.
So any possibility that beyond this a truce condition, beyond the truce conditions, Iran keeps the option of going to the International Court of Justice, seek war reparations, and seek damages?
Of course, this is the right of Iran to go to the court and to get its right. Because without any reason, they attack Iran. What is the possibility of this one? What is the mentality of that? They attack Iran, they damage Iran, they kill thousands of Iranians, they kill a lot of innocent people, civilians, then finish.
Okay,
it's not reasonable.
Also, the biggest tragedy of the war, perhaps, was the attack by a Tomahawk missile on that school in Minab, Dr. Elahi, where 170, including about 150 plus young school girls got killed. Is that a case in which Iran can go to the international court and call it war crimes and seek justice for that?
Actually, this is, and we have to go to the court, but I'm not sure that we can receive anything, because even some international organization during the war, they kept quiet, they said nothing, even some of them, they didn't condemn it. But we will try to get our right, and we will force them to pay for that.
Dr. Elahi, one final question before I let you go. This is about, many would say, a military pause, not really a ceasefire to that extent. What is it that the Iranians are really expecting at this stage? Because security guarantees that you're basically asking for and lifting the sanctions, do you believe that the Americans will really perhaps concede on this very point? And if at all they do not agree to lifting the US sanctions, what really happens? Is Iran willing to perhaps up the ante and continue targeting military bases in GCC?
You know, we don't want to have war and conflict. We are looking for the peace. If they don't want it, we are ready to defend ourselves. We are ready to get our rights. You know, the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei, our supreme leader, it was very big loss for us. He was our spiritual leader. He was our father. He was our everything, and we lost him. So we are ready to pay and to achieve and get all our rights. We are not going to be on the sanction more. And this is the time that all international leaders and world leaders understood that they have to give the right of any countries to its country.
Dr. Elahi, you are saying that there has been some acceptance from the American side. They have accepted the 10-point proposal that was given by the Iranians. Have they accepted?
Of course, if they didn't accept it, they accepted totally, and they said for the details they will negotiate it. Basically, they accepted these 10 conditions. Otherwise, there wasn't ceasefire. Because as you know, America offered to us 15 conditions and we rejected.
What is the security guarantee? What is the security guarantee, Dr. Elahi? Because what kind of guarantee has the Americans given that they are not going to attack once again?
We have to find a security guarantee. We started talking with the UN and some other international organizations which are mentioned in the conditions, Iranian conditions.
All right. I think, Shawan, we can conclude this conversation. Special envoy of the spiritual leader of Iran, Dr. Elahi, there joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much, Dr. Elahi. Ladies and gentlemen, getting you the pictures from across the world and the reactions on the ceasefire. Is it really a ceasefire? Iran is celebrating, but the pictures on the ground showing that the war continues, perhaps.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are gonna celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for
Thank you for joining us on the special broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, on a day when there is ceasefire, or at least we are told there is a 2-week ceasefire. We're getting in pictures from across the Middle East of missiles raining in on different countries. That and more coming up as we do a reality check on whether the ceasefire is for real. Here are the headlines. Donald Trump tweets, talks about how he's now going to be talking to the new regime in Iran, which he says is already in place, and calls it a golden age for the Gulf. Israel opposition criticizes the ceasefire deal, terms it a political disaster for Netanyahu. All eyes on the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says he has a plan to ensure that even America gets a pie on what goes through the Strait of Hormuz and who controls it. The world welcomes ceasefire. Iran in celebration. Iranians say America has surrendered. And the story of the country that is trying to claim credit. The postman in the ceasefire. Pakistan trying to get the paid PR headlines. Israel says Lebanon is not included, continues bombing Lebanon in what is today the heaviest strike since the war began. Pictures coming in from Lebanon show that there's been massive destruction. Over 1,500 killed in Lebanon already, and the death toll continues to mount tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's role in the peace deal between US and Iran has emerged as claimed by Pakistan and Donald Trump. And Islamabad, we are told, is now going to hold a high-level meeting. And Israeli Prime Minister says Lebanon is not part of the peace deal. And Israel, by the way, as we talk about the developments, Israel has unleashed the largest bombing wave in Lebanon. Over 100 targets have been struck in the last 10 minutes. We are told that this evening, look at the pictures coming in from Lebanon. Those are pictures coming in from Lebanon. So one can ask if Iran is really getting what it wants. One of the preconditions was that the war will stop everywhere in the Middle East, including in Lebanon. But in Lebanon, the bombings haven't stopped. These are pictures that came in from Beirut. Israel has launched a wave of attacks in the last few minutes. We are told 100 targets were struck in 10 minutes. And it's only getting worse. Look at those pictures coming in from Beirut. In fact, the different countries have also issued statements condemning Israel, cautioning Israel on its latest operations. France, Germany, different countries. A statement that was issued by the President of France, Macron, the Prime Minister of Italy, Meloni, Chancellor Merz of Germany, Starmer, UK, Prime Minister Carney of Canada. Now, many world leaders and European leaders put out a statement on the ceasefire, saying they welcome the two-week ceasefire that concluded between the United States and Iran, while also, ladies and gentlemen, cautioning Israel. The most important mention comes towards the end of that statement when they say they call upon all sides to implement the ceasefire, including in Lebanon. Ironically, these are the pictures coming in from Lebanon. From Lebanon, where different parts of Beirut have been bombed. Those are pictures that came in this evening. And we are told that the wave of attacks on Lebanon only increased today in the second half, even as Israel came under pressure. It's war as usual for Israel. For them, it appears the ceasefire doesn't apply, at least to what's going on in Lebanon. And US President Donald Trump announced that the United States and Iran had agreed to a two-week ceasefire in their ongoing conflict, suspending bombing for now and other military attacks as part of a temporary, what he called double-sided truce aimed at advancing negotiations. Now, the deal was agreed just hours before the self-imposed deadline was tied to Iran's commitment to try and fully, safely reopen the strategic Strait of Hormuz, with regional mediation playing a key role and global markets reacting with a sharp drop in oil prices that we've seen through the day. And viewers, Trump has also released a new statement. Trump has put out a couple of statements this evening, saying that his country will work closely with Iran, while also claiming that there will be no enrichment of uranium and that the United States will continue working with Iran, adding that he will dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. Those were messages put out by Donald Trump on social media earlier this evening when he said that they will continue to engage with Iran. And he also made a very interesting mention that they've suspended the bombing, but he will also put tariff on countries that are helping Iran with military weapons. So that statement also came in. Donald Trump said that a country supplying military weapons to Iran would be immediately tariffed on any and all goods sold to the US, 50% tariff for any friends of Iran, and that there will be no exclusions or exemptions. The tweet was put out by Donald Trump. And before that, he said that the US would work closely with Iran, which he says was determined, had gone through what will be a very productive regime change. He said there will be no enrichment of uranium and that the United States will, working with Iran, dig up, remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust, and that it's now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. And he also says nothing has been touched from the date of the attack, and we are referring to America and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. This was Donald Trump who put out a statement this evening. There was a message that was put out by the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, who spoke about the ceasefire, reacted to the ceasefire officially and said that it was with the acceptance of the general principles desired by Iran, trying to say that it was completely on Iran's terms, and claimed it was the fruit of the blood of the great martyred leader Khamenei, and that the achievement of the presence of all people who are involved in this mediation. And he said from today on, we will continue to stand together, speaking about the people of Iran, and whether in the field of diplomacy, in the field of defense, or on the streets, or in the field of service, continue to say that Iran will remain united as it remains. And ladies and gentlemen, soon after the announcement of the ceasefire, Iranian citizens gathered on the streets across the country. In fact, all of last evening they were gathering around energy plants, but they gathered on the streets of Iran and they celebrated the two-week ceasefire. They burned flags of America on the streets and continued chanting "Death to America." Those chants continued even after the ceasefire was announced. The ceasefire itself comes 40 days after the war and remains to be seen whether it lasts, because there was also an attack reported on an oil refinery in Iran this evening. These are the pictures that came in of how Iranians celebrated while claiming that America had completely surrendered to Tehran.
After being on the receiving end of US and Israeli strikes for 40 days, a two-week peace plan is now in effect across Iran. However, hours after the ceasefire was made public, thousands of Iranians turned up on the streets of Tehran on Wednesday morning. They raised slogans in Farsi and Arabic. They shouted "Death to America," "Death to Israel," and "War until victory." They also raised placards while crowding Tehran for a protest, one of which read, "No compromise, no apology, battle with America." Iranians remain apprehensive and skeptical of the two-week peace deal. They demand a Security Council resolution.
قابل اعتماد نیست. قابل اعتماد نیست. تا قطعنامه نشه شورای امنیت تصویب نکنه و این خسارات واده نشه اصلا قابل اعتماد نیست. نه بنده نه ملت ایران این قبول نداره.
The protesters also burnt American and Israeli flags. The loud chants by the protesters sparked concerns even among the organizers, who tried to calm the protesters, but in vain. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres also welcomed the peace deal. He called on all parties to abide by the terms of the ceasefire in order to pave the way towards a lasting and comprehensive peace in the region. Whoa. After being bombarded for 40 days, Iranians get a two-week reprieve for life to return to normal.
And I want to welcome Virender Gupta. Virender Gupta has been a former ambassador to Israel. Thank you, sir, for joining us. First of all, what do you make of the attacks by Israel? They continue. One of the conditions, preconditions of Iran was that all hostilities would end, all bombings would end, including in Lebanon. The fighting would end, but Israel continues to bombard Lebanon. Your response on that? Will they stop?
Well, I think so far they have remained adamant that the peace deal only concerns Iran and not other theaters. So there could be different understanding, and these are the complicating factors. But despite all these complicating factors, the very fact that America and Iran, which have not seen eye to eye with each other, have come to a ceasefire agreement, I think it's a great relief. All countries around the world have heaved a sigh of relief. India was particularly impacted by the war in Iran and the disruption in the oil supplies. Crude oil prices were rising very rapidly, and one did not know as to how far would that go. So I think things are looking better, and I very much hope that America, Israel, Iran, and the countries which are helping develop this kind of agreement, because mind you, there is a lot of mistrust between Iran and America. So I think that necessitates the involvement of mediating parties. And there are some countries which are taking enormous amount of initiative. They're taking good work. They must be complimented. And I think the broad terms of agreement appear to be very nice. Look, insofar as Iran has basically abjured its nuclear program. and that they were ready to abandon even before the war began. Now, so much is being made of the 60% enriched uranium, a certain quantity of that in Iran. Firstly, 60% is nothing because you need a much higher enrichment for the bomb grade. Two is that if Iran accepts, which I think it would, for full scope IAEA safeguards, there will be IAEA inspectors. And in the full scope safeguards, IAEA inspectors are permitted to go anywhere. I mean, they could literally point a finger at a school building and say that they want to look at the basement of the school building, and Iranian government cannot refuse. It is not that Iran will designate and earmark certain facilities and the inspectors will have access only to that. Full scope safeguards means, so basically if Iran agrees to full scope safeguards, there would be absolutely no possibility of Iran hiding that nuclear material. You always need justification for a certain action. Hormuz Strait has to be freed. There has to be free navigation, as was before the war. The sanctions against Iran, Iran has been badly battered, and I think they need reconstruction. So they are in need of all sanctions to be lifted and for their economy to be integrated in the world economy. So I think what is going to happen if the countries only can put aside their ego and huge emotional content. Certainly, American president kind of language that he uses doesn't help. And Iranian protesters or Iranian public having come out on the street and chanting death to America, burning American flags at the time when there has been a ceasefire. And I think these things don't help. So I hope very much. Very often what happens, the leaders indulge in a very high-charged rhetoric and they don't realize the kind of impact it has on the people. So I hope that the leaders on both sides, including Netanyahu and Trump and the Iranian leadership, will show a great degree of wisdom and look at the benefit that will accrue to all parties. America is also very badly battered. America is hugely extended. And I think a lot of observers believe that America needed this ceasefire as much as Iran needed. So I think this is a very happy development for all around the world. And in India, we are very happy.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Gupta, for being with us on this big day. In fact, let me tell you that the pictures continue to come in from Lebanon. I want to go across to those pictures as well. Before I do that, before we go back to Beirut, some official responses that came in. By the way, those are the visuals coming in from Beirut. We'll put a live location on that. Live pictures from Beirut. Let's go full frame without the top jacket. Live Beirut. Let's go full frame, please. And those are pictures from Lebanon in what has been one of the heaviest attacks on Lebanon in the last few weeks. Rather, should I say the last 40 days. They're calling it the worst strikes, and those are residential areas. We are told that hundreds of people have died in those strikes that were carried out by Israel. Those are exclusive pictures coming in on Republic TV. And there are many such videos that are coming in. Many such videos that are coming in that show that Israel, to the contrary, instead of a ceasefire, may have doubled down at least on Lebanon. Now, we don't have an idea of who they were going after. Hopefully, we will be able to get an official version from the IDF and the Israeli forces who have been targeting these specific places in Lebanon. But we are told that Lebanon, in the last few hours, has struck Hezbollah terror group, Hezbollah leaders, and that they're going to utilize every operational opportunity, and that they will not compromise the security of the residents of northern Israel. So these were pictures that came in from Beirut. This doesn't seem like a picture that shows that the war has ended. We'll keep a close track on the developments there. Well, the ceasefire may be in place, but the United States is not taking it at face value. And neither is Iran. The US Vice President J.D. Vance, who's in Hungary, has called it a fragile truce warning that divisions within Iran could also derail the agreement. Here's what J.D. Vance said, followed by what Pete Hegseth, the war secretary, said a short while back, announcing almost the end of the war.
What the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And not just the United States, but also our allies have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire, we'll do a negotiation, we'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things. And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily. They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce, you have people who clearly want to come to the negotiating table and work with us to find a good deal. And then you have people who are lying about even the fragile truce that we've already struck. And that's just an interesting thing about their system. And the final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity.
Where is he? 4 घंटे से वेट कर रही हूँ उसका. कहाँ है वो?
अब भी गया.
Let's continue with the shirt.
Sure.
बंदे को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. बोलो आप क्या बनवाओगे? लिनन बाय अरविंद.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट.
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे. दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से. MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such a
हेलो लेडीज, आपके लिए है ये कंफर्टेबल सोफा, गर्मा गर्म चाय और वाईफाई. आराम फरमाइए, क्योंकि हमारा लेटेस्ट लिनन फैब्रिक कलेक्शन है ही ऐसा. वो क्या है ना, इन्हें देखने में और दिखाने में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा. बंदों को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. लिनन बाय अरविंद.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Hello and welcome you watching This is Exclusive with me, Vance. A fragile ceasefire after 39 days at war. Will the ceasefire really hold? After the announcement, there have been multiple attacks that have been carried out. Both sides have now claimed victory. But what's the truth? And how long will it really last? All this and much more in this edition of This is Exclusive, as we're going to be joined by a top American voice in a short while from now. Up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. President Donald Trump terms the peace deal as the beginning of golden age for Middle East. Israeli opposition leader criticizes a deal, terms it a political disaster. As two-week ceasefire begins, the focus now shifts to vessels transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Nations across the world welcome the two-week temporary ceasefire deal on Iran. Pakistan essentially plays the role of a postman between United States of America and Iran. As a two-week ceasefire has been reached between Iran and the United States of America, with Iran laying down a set of 10 demands. Now, let us try and put this into perspective. What are these 10 demands that have been made, or 10 conditions for the ceasefire and negotiations, which Iranians claim that the Americans have accepted? They've laid out the 10-point conditions outlining for the ceasefire and also for broader negotiation. And it goes far beyond stopping the fight. At the top of the list, Tehran is essentially demanding guarantees that it will not be attacked again, along with a permanent end to the war. Not just a temporary ceasefire. It's also asking for an end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon and a halt all regional offensive targeting allies. A key demand remains lifting of all US sanctions. But what stands out are Iran's conditions around the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran says it is ready to open the crucial Strait of Hormuz route, but with new rules. And these essentially include a proposed $2 million transit fee per ship, and as far as sharing of the revenue with Oman, a framework to ensure safe passage of vessels. Iran also has essentially indicated that these funds that would be collected would be going towards construction efforts rather than any preparations further. Let me now quickly take you through what are these major demands and how things are essentially changing for Iran, because many experts basically are indicating right now that this perhaps is an off-ramp for President Trump, but not really good enough. Let me just quickly take you through some of the key takeaways of the proposal. First, with regards to what is it that Trump is essentially finding workable as non-aggression by US and Israel. That's the first thing that Trump says perfectly fine. Let's take you to the second point. Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. That is also perfectly fine for President Trump. Acceptance of uranium enrichment. Remember, the war begins with this entire aspect that it is about preventing Iran from continuing their nuclear ambition. That is now perfectly fine. Lifting of all primary sanctions. Remember, this has been going on for years put together, but this has now been accepted by President Trump. Lifting all secondary sanctions, that's point number 5. Let's take a look at the other one. Termination of the UNSC resolutions. Now, that is the reason why Iran has had a crippling economy, resulting in what the regime essentially says massive protests that have taken place in the past. Now, this too has been accepted. Termination of the IAEA resolutions also, that is also acceptable to President Trump. Payment of compensation to Iran, because Iran says there's been large-scale devastation, and the fact that America is responsible for it. Withdrawal of the US combat forces is what they're basically demanding from that area. Cessation of the war in Lebanon, which essentially hasn't really happened, because since the time the ceasefire has actually begun, Israel has continued pounding Lebanon. Now, these are the 10 points that have been made. Now, let me take you through the other important aspects that has essentially been worked as far as the fragile ceasefire is concerned. US President Donald Trump has essentially warned other nations of perhaps, continuing with what he says, providing support to Iran, saying that any country that basically supplies any arms and ammunition to Iran will actually face tariffs. That's pretty much what President Trump has been saying from the time that he has come to power. That is the tariff war that he has perhaps waged all this while. Yet again, this time he says 50% tariff will be levied. Now take a look at some of the details of what President Trump has to say and how things have actually changed, which will, in a short while from now, we'll also be joined by the former National Security Advisor, the advisor here who's going to join us in a short while from now. Back to tariff is what being seen as President Trump's way of dealing with the situation. Countries that have been supplying weapons to Iran will be tariffed. Goods that have been sold to United States of America will be slapped with 50% of tariffs. No exclusions, and there will be no exemptions. Now, that is what President Trump has to say. Now, we're joined by the former White House Deputy National Security Advisor, Mark Piffle. Mark, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and help us understand what you really make of what many are now terming it as a fragile ceasefire. From the time that the so-called ceasefire has been worked upon, there have been multiple violations. You have had an oil factory being hit, and the response that has come in from the Iranians is that this is the 100th wave of strikes that will be carried out. And they say that Americans cannot be trusted.
So I think both sides have a lack of trust with each other. The difference in trust is as wide as the Persian Gulf right now, unfortunately. But at least we have a fragile, as you termed it, and I agree with that, ceasefire. Not perfect, but it gives some space for 2 weeks for both of these sides to recalibrate, to readjust. It gives the United States the ability to look at these 10 points that you went over. It gives Iran the opportunity to look over the 15 points that the American side has proposed as well, and see if there's some agreement there. The end of the day, what the United States would like to have is an Iran that does not have or wish to produce a nuclear weapon, that is not producing long-range ballistic missiles that could hit 4,000 kilometers or further, don't have the proxy efforts that are going on and creating terror across the Middle East and beyond in places like southern Lebanon and Iraq and Syria and Yemen and other places, and also to stop the repression of its people that we saw in the first couple of weeks in January, where the human rights groups say that up to 30,000 Iranians were shot down in all 31 provinces across Iran. So that's where the United States is. And Iran would like to end these attacks, of course, and have a non-aggression pact that would last for some time. I think what it comes down to is that America does not greatly want to have multiple bases, tens of thousands of troops in the Middle East and in the Gulf states. But they're almost forced into that because Iran has been a bad actor. They have been a regime that has been fermenting this terror and this challenges in the region. And I think what Donald Trump is trying to do is what American presidents have always attempted to do, but they've always done it through negotiations that led to more challenges. He's looking for a long-term plan. He sees himself as a negotiator, as somebody who brings people together, as a problem solver, and he took it to the highest possible degree with taking on Iran directly with American firepower, not going a diplomatic route, kind of doing it in his own Donald Trump sort of way. And that, of course, brings about huge challenges in the world and the global energy markets and beyond, because they're not used to an American president being this braggadocious, this determined,
but Mark,
this pushing the norms of society.
But Mark, this Donald Trump way of working, he said that there's going to be a regime change, far from any regime change that has taken place. Second, weakening Iran when it comes to their military power. It may have been to a certain extent, but not being completely obliterated. Third, he talks about the nuclear ambition that the Iranians have had. Nuclear enrichment continues. There's nothing that has really changed. So which of their objectives have really been met with? And on what basis can the Americans really claim that there is victory when none of their objectives, none of their initial objectives have actually been met with?
And you're exactly right. I think that's the challenge that Donald Trump has had, is there should have been more preparation done before all of this was undergone. There should have been a huge diplomatic push by the Americans and by the Trump administration. They should have called for a boycott of Iran when it comes to their consulates and their embassies across the world. Iran has 125 embassies and consulates. Several months ago, they murdered 30,000 of their citizens. The Americans should have made a diplomatic play first and foremost to isolate Iran more diplomatically and economically, calling on their neighbors, calling on the international community to sanction them and to isolate them. They didn't do that. So a lot of that groundwork Trump failed to do. And I think that hurt him in the end of getting more help from the international community and more support. Okay, so now we have the United States that wanted to go in and have a regime change or have somebody in Iran who they can work with, some moderate element to come out from the Iranian system, the current regime. Kind of trying to play what he did in Venezuela by taking out Maduro and putting a leader that he can work with. He thought maybe he could do that. Iran is a much different country and a much different part of the world, and he's had far more difficulty, even though the United States has targeted Iran 13,000 different times with missiles, drones, aircraft, B-1 bombers, B-2 bombers, B-52 bombers, F-35Es. You've heard all these names of all these aircrafts. Even with this incredible military might of the United States of America, they were unable to bring down the regime of Iran. So where we're stuck with right now, after 40 days of activity, is an Iran that is economically decimated. It is diplomatically isolated. It is militarily devastated. That's the challenge that Mr. Trump has. But this regime, with a supreme leader who we have never seen as the supreme leader, who is probably very injured someplace in Iran, and the IRGC, this radical arm of its military, currently in charge still, even though they hold on to it for dear might. They are not a strong regime right now. They are deeply wounded. But that's the situation we have. So for the next 2 weeks, the challenge is, can the international community, the people that have been working on this potential ceasefire that is now a reality with the United States, Pakistan, India, we have Jordan, Egypt, Turkey, all these countries that have been doing this telephone diplomacy with the United States and Iran, passing notes back and forth, passing 10-point plans and 15-point plans. Can they actually get some work done to find some consistency within these two plans to put it together for one long-term ceasefire? We have 13 days to figure it out as an international community with Trump and the IRGC, and now is where the hard work begins.
Mark, I want you to stay with us because earlier today, we spoke to the Supreme Leader's envoy here in India, and you'll find this quite interesting because what he tells us is that there's no direct talks that is happening between United States of America and Iran. And as far as Pakistan is concerned, it almost appears that Pakistan is like the postman here, acted more like the messenger. Iran claims that it is America that has surrendered. And as far as the 10-point demand that has been made by the Iranians, they say that the Americans have conceded and they have accepted the 10-point demands that have been made, and that is the reason why the war is over, with America losing it. Now, Mark, I just want you to stay with us, listen in to what the envoy had to tell us a short while back.
A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Elahi, and thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. My first question to you is, ceasefire finally, peace prevailing. How enduring you think this peace is going to be?
Thank you very much for having me. First, I would like to congratulate all free people, all wise people, and also all peace people and who are looking for the peace, for peacekeeper. And also I would like to express my sincere thanks to our brothers and sisters in India. They supported us, spirituality. They came and they offered their condolences, their sympathy, their solidarity, and especially my thank goes to the media of India. As you know, from the beginning, we didn't want this war, and this war was unaccepted by us. They initiated this war against us while we were in the table of negotiation and they started this war against our civilians. Then we started on them, and they started this war by some aims, and which they mentioned it. They wanted to bring, as they mentioned, regime change within 3 days. And also they said after the war, the map of Iran will be changed. Finally, they said the civilization of Iran, which is 7,000 years civilization, it will finish and perish. But finally, they surrendered themselves to Iran. They wanted unconditional surrender, but they surrendered themselves to Iran. And we hope that this ceasefire and also stopping of this war will continue, and all countries and all nations and people benefit from peace in this region, especially in Persian Gulf.
Right.
Dr. Elahi, do you really trust the Americans right now? What really happened? Could you tell us? Because till about late last evening, President Trump had threatened that entire civilization will be wiped out. So what really changed? Around 4 o'clock this morning is when that first post was put out that a ceasefire is there. Do the Iranians really believe that it's happening, or do you believe this is an attempt being made by the Americans to regroup and perhaps carry out an attack at a later stage?
Actually, as you know, there is no trust between us and United States of America, because several times we started negotiating them, and unfortunately, while we were negotiating, they attacked us, they targeted us. Then there is no trust. But because we don't want other countries to be suffered and harmed by this war, we said that by our conditions, and it will be based for negotiation. We started to negotiate with them, and for 2 weeks we forced them to accept ceasefire, and we are going to negotiate. Then we would like the world leaders to come together, and they don't allow again this war be initiated against any other country.
Well, in fact, I'm going to now take our viewers through. Mark, you can also take a look at it, and then I'll bring you in with a comment on this entire matter. Because with just hours after the ceasefire was basically declared, multiple areas across West Asia were essentially targeted. Israel says that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. Can we please go to those images right now? We'll go full frame with those images that we have got. And this is how the response really came in, with Bahrain's government confirming that air defenses had basically intercepted an Iranian drone. And not only this, Kuwait claimed that about 28 drones were intercepted, which damaged 3 power and water desalination plants. Iran had also put out a full list of targets that were hit late last night. Israel has basically upped the ante by increasing their strikes on Lebanon. Lavan oil refinery in Iran was also attacked. IRGC launched 100 strikes against US and Israeli targets. On your screens right now, these are the images that we are showing. While we stay with this, this is the IRGC releasing their 100 wave of strikes that were basically carried out. Mark, if that is the case, I'm going to stay full frame with those visuals right now. Mark, with these images that I just showed you right now, what's the ceasefire that we're really talking about? Iran has carried out the 100th wave of strikes. You've heard what the Iranian envoy had to tell me a short while back, saying that we don't trust the Americans.
Right. I think that's exactly what we were saying. Is this is a very tentative ceasefire, and one, as you mentioned, that likely is going to be very difficult to move forward in any way. I think, as your guest said, Mr. Khamenei's chief envoy, he states a case that I think is very unfortunate, that they are continuing these activities. What the United States wants, and I think what the Trump administration is trying to accomplish, although I think that their handling of it has been quite unfortunate, is an Iran that does not spend its money on terror activities and missiles and a nuclear program, but instead spends it on its own people to build its society. That's, the end of the day, what the United States would like. You know, Iran has 12% of the world's known reserves of oil. It could be an amazing country that is a additive to our societies instead of one that is trying to destroy it. They have a per capita income that is a fraction of what it could be. And they have an opening that they could have to take the sanctions off that would make them truly a dynamic economy on the same level as many of the Gulf state countries that they continue to hit or try to hit with missiles and drones. And that's the unfortunate thing. That's the reality that I think the United States is trying to push them into. They can't do it right now with an obstinate regime that is hell-bent on keeping this war going. And I think that's unfortunately what the envoy to the Supreme Leader is communicating. And I think that just shows the challenge that they have. If they show any weakness, if they show that they're coming to the table to find a way to change their behavior so that they're not creating terror, their entire regime likely falters and fails. That's their problem. That's the challenge. And so when you have Mujtaba Hamani's envoy on, the first question is, has he ever met the Supreme Leader? The Supreme Leader has not been seen in public since he was appointed by the Assembly of Experts some 30 days ago. And it really makes you wonder who's running that country. And that's one of the difficulties that the United States has, is they don't know necessarily who they are negotiating with. And that's why Iran's whole strategy has been to slow walk this process for the last several years.
Interestingly, your president says that they are having a very productive time with a new regime altogether. So while all of us, you and I, may continue thinking about who exactly are they really talking to, but it seems President Trump has found someone that we really don't know. So we'll wait for what's really happening on the ground.
Yes, sir. I think that's the challenge, is that the United States on the first day with Israel of this war, when they took out the Supreme Leader and a whole array of cabinet members and senior officials, took away a lot of their possibilities to negotiate, and it hardened them. It put all of the leadership of that country into the radical army, the IRGC. And the United States has been in search of that elusive person, either that moderate individual within the government. There was the possibility of somebody, but those types of voices, they've been told, if you negotiate, if you look like you're showing any weakness, you'll be killed. The IRGC will destroy you. So if our envoy friend would have said something positive about the United States, or if he would have talked about reconciliation with the Gulf neighbors or anything that would show weakness, he would likely meet a quick demise. That's the problem that we have right now. And that's the challenge that Donald Trump has had. And that's why he is sort of negotiating with himself and negotiating with the Pakistani and the Jordanian and the Turkish governments as well, trying to get somebody to be that focal point. The challenge is that whenever that person sticks their head up and has a negotiation, they are immediately seen as a traitor internally in Iran and are likely not going to have a very long existence in Iranian society. So that's the problem. Now we have 2 weeks, so let's look at it.
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you because I'm running short of time right now. I would love to continue with the conversation, but we've pretty much got the gist of how the Americans really are looking at this entire issue. I'm sorry I had to interrupt you because I'm really running short of time.
Right. That's fine.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side with my colleague Gesu, getting you the latest as far as what's really happened in the election cycle.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttle up. Guidance converged.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard.